Yeah, so let's take a look at this pack. Tajik is really good. Boros is one of the premier archetypes in this format. Basically, it's a gilded format, which means there's only 5 draftable color combinations. You're virtually never going to draft a non-gilded color combination. I mean, you might draft 3 colors or whatever, but if you're going to play a 2-color deck, you're going to play one of the guilds. They're Boros, Dimir, Golgari, Selesnya, and Izzet. I rank them roughly. Dimir is the best, Izzet is the second best, Boros is third, Selesnya is fourth, and Golgari is fifth. But I'm not like avoiding any of them. But I usually won't end up in Golgari or Selesnya unless we get good uncommons and rares early that push us there. Because the reason those guilds are weaker is because the green commons just aren't very good in this format. So like if you get like good uncommons and rares for your guild, then of course you can make a good Selesnya or Golgari deck. But it's pretty rare I end up there just from the commons. Here, if we take a look at this pack, the commons are not super impressive. Electromancer is good, but it's not like it's splashable. It's a gold card, so it's only for one. You know, there's only a 20% chance that's the guild you want to end up in. Maybe a little higher because it is one of the better ones. The uncommons aren't impressive. Circuitous Root can be good if you draft like a 4-color green, which is draftable by all means. Molderhulk is fine in Golgari, but it's not exciting. So even though it's a gold card, I'm going to take the rare Tajik. I would prioritize one color cards over 2-color cards in this format so that you have 2 guilds you can go into instead of 1 and still use the card. But there's no 1-color card in this pack I'm going to take. I'm not going to take Circuitous Route over Tajik. I don't even know what else there would be. This is a pretty bad pack overall. So this is a pretty clear Tajik. My second choice out of this pack would probably be something like Circuitous Route, Electromancer. Like I said, it's a pretty clear Tajik. It's a really weak pack. What does webcam clipping the cards mean? Oh, you're just saying where the cam is located? Oh, I didn't switch to the draft scene. Hold on. There we go. Although now I don't know if I can see the little F2K thing that I have up. Can y'all see that? I don't know where it went. The like quest thing. See if I can just add it really quickly here. There we go. Preferably not that big, but other than that. Cool. Okay, let's get back to the draft. How's the cursor? Can y'all see it? Or do I need to adjust that because of Arena and I switch scenes? Do I need to toggle the cursor or is it in the right spot? Invisible cursor. Yeah, let me toggle that really quickly too. It's one of the weirder problems, but this fixes it. So, and now the cursor's back. Okay, cool. All right, so we first picked Tajik. So, I mean, we're not forcing Boros. It's not some super broken card. It's a strong card. Let's see what else is in this pack. There is no Boros cards we can consider. Ornery Goblin's a fine 2-drop. You're always going to play it, but it's not in the top, like, 3 cards in this pack. There's no way we're going to take it here. So let's see. What are we going to take? Whoa, Lev Verathon, thank you for the warm welcome back, gifting out 5 subs, making a generous 20 in the channel. Pretty awesome. Thank you. Also, I missed, thank you, Mordu the Black. Appreciate that subscription. It is great to be drafting again. With how much Standard I've played in the past, like, month, I'm really excited to be drafting. And given there is going to be a ban announcement next week, I'm not playing any Standard until the ban announcement, so I'm going to get to recuperate and play all Limited for the next week. And then I'll start my MC7 practice. Well, Also, we have a bunch of sweet new emotes that are going to be coming soon and stuff. There's going to be a bunch of changes and upgrades to the stream that I've been working on now that I know I'm going to keep streaming for next year. But I really, I know I say this all the time, but I really appreciate all the support this year, all the patience, all the recommendations, all the help. And I'm really excited to be moving forward as a streamer. So, you know, again, thank you to everybody. MC7 is standard, just standard. It is the same format, but there will be a ban announcement. It would be the most shocking thing on earth, I think, if there were no bans. Like, I could see them banning just Oko. I could see them banning like 5 cards or anywhere in between. But if like Oko itself is not banned, is still legal in MC7, I will be absolutely shocked. Okay, so let's get into this pack. Glowspore Shaman is a nice uncommon. This is the kind of card that's better than it looks. Similar to Once Upon a Time, it doesn't look like that big of a deal in Limited, but it's just a great fixer. It's a 2-mana 3/1, which is a fine drop. It puts some cards in your yard, and black-green, their mechanic in this format is Undergrowth, where you want cards in your yard. Also, though, you don't have to put a land on top, but you can. It's an option. So if you have like a 2 or 3 land hand, you play this and put a land on top. If you have like a 4 land plus hand, you just don't put a land on top. So it's a really sweet fixer. I'm not saying it's like some bonkers card you're looking to windmill slam it, but whereas this card doesn't look incredibly powerful, it's because its advantage it provides you is subtle. A lot of games in Limited are lost because you don't hit your land drops. You don't have a color of mana. This card is just a really nice fixer. Ledev Champion is really powerful. It is better than Glowspore Shaman. It's not too slow. This format is not particularly fast. This wins any late game, and it's just a good attacker right away. These cards are not really playable. They're just like, okay. Like I said, Ornery Goblin is one of the better commons in this pack, but I wouldn't consider taking it over these good gold uncommons, even if we started with Tajik. Rhizome Lurcher is a really good common. It's the only good, like, really Golgari common. I mean, it starts as a 4-mana 2/2. If you have 2 or 3 creatures in your yard, this is a 4-mana 5/5 or 4/4. In the late game, it can be an 8/8. This is a really nice card. Rosemane Centaur, also a really nice card. My cam being off is a little weird. I haven't really adjusted that, but let me see what's up. Thank you, Keeftopia, for subscribing. Very much appreciated. So this is a really nice card as well with Convoke. Convoke plays out really well in Limited. The reason being, if you draw like a 3-lander, you probably have a bunch of small creatures in play, and then you can tap them to cast your powerful 5-drop here. If you draw 5 lands, then you can just play your creatures in attack and cast this on like turn 4 or 5. So Rosemane Centaur is another one of those cards that's a little better than it looks. It's a strong common. Convoke plays out really well in Limited. Thank you, JY Tobro. Appreciate that subscription. And I see that's 9 months, basically the whole time I've been streaming. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your continued support. So here, I think we just take Ledev Champion. I think it's probably the best card in the pack. If we end up in, it's also sharing a color with Tajik. And while we're not going to play Ledev Champion and Tajik in the same deck, that still has value. Let's say I take Glowspore Shaman. I'm going to explain why really quickly, then take the champion, and we'll go to the next pack. And then there's no color they're sharing, so there's no ability to kind of waffle anymore, right? But if we take Ledev Champion, let's say the best card in the next pack is white. We can just take that card, and then we get to play that card regardless of whether we play Celestia or Boros. So even though we're not going to play Ledev Champion and Tajik in the same deck, there is a little bit of value in taking a green-white gold card over a green-black gold card right now, if they're close. Because it means we can try and prioritize white as the central color between the two, and then we don't have to, make a decision yet necessarily. Thank you, FC Motive. Appreciate that subscription. Welcome to the 6-month club. I think that upgrades the badge too. Pretty exciting. We're going to hit 1 year, like pretty soon, I think. All right, so I'm going to take Ledev. I don't think it's a lot better than the other cards, but I think it's the right choice there. Well, this is another pretty bad pack with virtually nothing I want. There are no good white cards to kind of stay open between Celestia and Boros. There are literally no white cards. World Soul Colossus is not good. This is just a big, expensive creature. It's just not a good card, frankly. I'm not saying you'll never play it, but it's just not exciting at all. The best card in this pack is probably Darkblade Agent. Actually, not probably. The best card, I played this format plenty. The best card in this pack is Darkblade Agent. Maybe I'll just take it. I mean, we're not really missing out on anything because this pack is horrendous. Wave is fine, but you're never going to really want to play like more than 1 or 2, so you don't want to be third picking it. The commons in this pack are like a joke except for Darkblade. Like the next best one is probably Radical Idea, which is a solid card. I don't really consider these uncommons playable. Like they're moderate to bad playables. So I think basically, yeah, I'm going to take Darkblade Agent because it's an actual good common. It's just the best card in this pack by a very wide margin. I know it's a Taste the Rainbow draft here, not how I wanted to get started, but I don't really have a choice. I think there's basically one good card in this pack, and it's Darkblade Agent, so we're going to take it. This is another pretty weak pack. Now we definitely have some choices. Guild Summit, if you get it early, you can prioritize Gates. It can be a powerful card. Other than that, is it Guild Gate, but we're not even looking at is it yet. We don't really have a blue-red card, even though we have 3 gold cards. This draft is basically starting as poorly as a draft can possibly start. We have 3 gold cards. They're not even particularly good. They're all different colors. So when you draft a gilded format like this, you want to prioritize 1-color cards because they give you 2 different guilds to use them in. A good way to draft it in general is like you have like your 1, let's say, is it gold card, your 1 Dimir gold card, and 4 blue cards after 6 picks. And then you get to see whether you're seeing Dimir or is it. This is the opposite of that, but I didn't really have a choice. I mean, there's just no cards in these packs. So now I think we could take like Guild Summit, is it Guild Gate, Barging Sergeant's okay, not good, Hunted Witness okay, not good, Leapfrog's okay, not good. All in all, this pack is horrible. I have no idea where we're going to end up. I think Guild Summit has the most upside, even though there's a very high chance we're not going to even play it. So I'm going to take it, not even expecting to play it. But if we do see a bunch of guilds gates in a control deck, then it is by far the most powerful card in this pack. And there's virtually nothing else in this pack I care about. Thank you, Klaus, Rainer, and Logic897. Really appreciate all the subs tonight. I know I've been gone for a while. Thank you, everybody, just resubbing right away. Really appreciate the support. So I'm going to grab Guild Summit, and let's see what comes next. So we could take Swathcutter Giant. This card is pretty funny. Ironically, I see this card as an Is It or Control card and not really a Boros card because it's super easy to splash and it's a powerful win condition. But Boros in this format is a hyper aggro deck that doesn't want 6 drops. Devious Cover-Up is good in a Guild Summit Darkblade Agent deck. For anyone who actually didn't play a lot of Dimir and Isn't in this format, you go through your deck really fast. Decking is very relevant, even without the opponents milling you. So you really want to have a cover-up or 2 if you can, just to recycle your win conditions and good removal spells and be able to close games. Dimir Guild Gate might be a nice pickup. We do have Guild Summit. We have Darkblade Agent. We might play a 3-color control deck or something, given how this has started. So I could definitely see Dimir Guild Gate here. And Dissonant is a good green 2-drop, but it doesn't seem like we're seeing much green. I don't think there's much reason to take Dissonant. But while it's no Sauroform hybrid, this still qualifies as a good 2-drop for the same reason Sauroform hybrid does. This card is just hard to blank. It's a fine 2-mana 2/2 to attack or block or trade off on turn 2 or 3. And then once you have 5 mana, it's activated again because you can pump it and make it a 4/4. And once you have 10 mana, you can make it a 6/6. So this card is not going to be blanked in the late game, and it's a 2-mana 2/2. So it's a fine 2-drop. Not of Sauroform Hybrid's power level, but still a 2-drop that I'll include virtually any number of in any of my green decks. So here, though, I think Swathcutter Giant's the most powerful card, but I think we should take Dimir Guildgate. We just got a Guild Summit. We have a Darkblade Agent. We took Tajik and Ledev Champion with picks 1 and 2. We took these blue cards, picks 3 and 4. So we're more likely to be seeing blue than we are red, white, or green, white. Additionally, blue is the best in this format, I think. And, you know, you saw me take Tajik, then Ledev Champion. I'm totally willing to play Boros or Celestia if that's what's open. But if it seems more likely that we're seeing blue and it's the better color, and we have a Guild Summit, I feel like we should be prioritizing a Dimir Guildgate here. Sticking with the theme, there's nothing in this pack that I super want. It's just not an exciting pack for us at all. Wall of Mist is fine in control decks, and so is Wishcoin Crab. But here I'm going to grab Is It Guildgate. It's the one with Guild Summit that would be the hardest to replace. We can pick up 1 or 2 of these to fill our slots if we need them later. And we may play Blue Red Splash Black. We may play Blue Black Splash Red. It's when you have a Guild Summit, if you want to play a lot of guilds, you're probably looking to play 3 colors, because how many Guild Gates are you going to see in just one color combination? By playing 3 colors, that gives us more access to more total guild gates to play. And given we already have Guild Summit, that's something that has some substantial value for us. Okay, so similarly, I'm going to take Gateway Plaza here, I think. We're going to look to play a 3, maybe 5 color guild gate control deck at this point. So I'm just going to grab a Plaza. It's not something I want a ton of, but it's something I always want 1 copy of in a 3-color deck. Just going to keep drafting lands here. There's no cards in this pack that are exciting. Sergeant is fine. Mesmerist is fine. If you're an aggressive blue deck, though blue tends to be pretty controlling. Is It Guildgate? Like I said, we're already well positioned to play a 3-color deck, and we have Guild Summit, so I think we want that. Okay, now we have an interesting choice. With Guild Summit and all these gates already, we could play like a 4-color control deck and take Circuitous Route, and Circuitous Route will be a really powerful card in that deck. Or we could take Dimir Guildgate, and we already have 5 potential gates for a 3-color deck. So I'm not really sure which of those 2 cards I want to take. I wouldn't consider any of the spells in this pack other than that. I want to take either Circuitous Route here, and then it'll be an absolute bomb in a 4 to 5 color control deck with Guild Summit, or I can take Dimir Guildgate and just stay on the 3-color Grixis control plan with Guild Summit. What do y'all think? I think this is a pretty interesting pick. Obviously, we don't know what we're going to see the rest of the way, but if you go Guild Summit and then Circuitous Route for 2 gates, that's pretty busted. You get the cards. You draw 2 cards. That's 2 gates entering the battlefield. We aren't very green, though Lead of Champion is powerful in those kind of decks. Thank you, Jester. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks. Yeah, I'm really excited about being with Fade to Karma. Like I said, I think they're pretty much the Magic esports team at this point. Also, shout out to another Fade to Karma player, Andre Strosky, who won the Pro Tour, won the last MC last weekend. And, of course, Mage Market just released version 2. Awesome sponsor. Go check them out. Without the sponsorships, there would be no way it would be financially feasible for me to stream on next year. So, you know, shout outs to Fade to Karma and Mage Market for supporting my stream and my content. Definitely go check out magemarket.com if somehow you haven't, and see what version 2 is like and what their whole system is all about. It's the safest way to buy and sell cards online. It's super easy. Their technology is great. You should definitely go check out Mage Market. So I think Route is a lot more upside. So I think it's the right pick here. It's definitely possible we'll end up just Grixis control, and we will miss Dimir Guildgate if we do that. But Circuitous Route definitely has a lot more upside. I assume the shirt question means like having multiple sponsors. I mean, you can have multiple things on a shirt. I mean, for now, the tentative plan is Mage Market jersey at like MCs and stuff like that with Fade to Karma represented on it. And then I'd wear a Fade to Karma jersey at any like of their events or online events or something probably. But they're not, you know, they're not in the same space. I mean, one's a Magic dealer and one's an esports team. So can always put Mage Market and Mage Market logo on my Fade to Karma jersey and Fade to Karma logo on my Mage Market one. Thank you, Fuzz Buzz. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you, Grape5. Appreciate that subscription. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, the cat is a reasonable choice if we're going to do a multicolored green control deck. I think Rhizome Lurcher is really good, but I don't know if we're going to be that creature heavy if we do one of these like 3 to 5 color rampy control decks. Enhanced Surveillance reshuffling your library is a nice way to close. But whereas the blue-black and blue-red decks struggle to close, if I'm playing like 4 or 5 color green, I probably won't struggle to close. So I'm not really sure. I mean, there's also a gate. I don't know if we're going to play both red and white or not. Tajik is not something I'm particularly interested in a rampy control deck. But Generous Stray is not a particularly powerful card. We should be able to pick that up whenever. And we might end up getting Swathcutter Giant. We might just play 5 colors. We already have a Gateway Plaza, circuitous route. So I think I'm just going to grab this Boros Guildgate. Similarly, there's no cards in this pack that matter to me, so Celestia Guildgate it is. So we've drafted 1 pack here, and we have more lands than spells. So we're well positioned to play a 5-color gate deck, but we're going to start needing to see some playable cards. Okay, well, speaking of playable cards, Murmuring Mystic is absolutely excellent, and especially in these 3 to 5 color control decks where you're not looking to be creature heavy. This may be the best uncommon in the set. I don't remember the set perfectly to say whether it's number 1 or number 2, but this card is a total bomb. It's really hard to kill, it blocks well the turn you play it, and it can single-handedly win the game if you keep playing instants and sorceries afterwards. This card is a fine finisher, but not an exciting removal spell, 6 mana to kill a creature. Beacon Bolt's really good in Izzet decks with a lot of spells, and I would definitely play it in a 4 or 5 color control Gates deck as well, but I think it's substantially worse than Murmuring Mystic. This pack is a lot better than some of the packs we saw last time. Hypothesis is a really good card. Electromancer is a good card. But all in all, I think this is actually a pretty easy Murmuring Mystic. Mystic goes in whether we play 4 to 5 color green or whether we play like an Izzet or a Dimir or a Grixis. It's going to be good either way. We're not looking to draft a heavy creature deck. We're looking to draft a control deck with what we have. And Mystic is just a great win condition. Okay, now we have a closer pick. Lava Coil is excellent, but I would take Murmuring Mystic over Lava Coil. Like, pick one, pack one. I think Lava Coil is excellent. It's certainly one of the top 10 uncommons. I don't know exactly which one, but I think Murmuring Mystic is better. Okay, so looking at this pack, we're not going to be a focused Dimir, so we're not looking at Whispering Snitch. Justice Strike is pretty good removal, but red and white is going to be 2 of our lighter colors, even if we have gates of both of them. So splashing it is a little dicey. Watcher in the Mist will be excellent, and blue will probably be one of our heaviest colors. We already have a card drawing spell that's blue, a good blue 3-drop, and a good blue 4-drop. So Watcher in the Mist is definitely something we're considering here. Rats is just an okay playable. Direct Current, again, this card would be quite good in our deck, but it's double red. That doesn't mean we won't take it and we won't play it, because we're going to have pretty good mana. We can search out our red gates, but we're going to prioritize it a little lower than we would if we were a 2-color red-blue Izzet deck. Darkblade Agent, number 2 would be good, but you want a balance between Surveils and Agents, and we don't really have Surveil yet, and we already have an Agent. And Dimir Guildgate, again, would be good, but at this point we have more lands than spells. We're looking really good on getting gates. What we need are decent spells at this point. So all in all, this pack has a lot of good cards, but I think it's a pretty easy Watcher in the Mist, because we're doing great on lands. We don't have any Surveil cards yet to take a second Darkblade over Watcher. Justice Strike and Direct Current are cards that I would splash and would play, but the mana does make them a little worse than they would be in like a 2-color Boros deck or in a 2-color Izzet deck. And we're not expecting to have a Surveil count where Whispering Snitch is amazing. That doesn't mean we wouldn't play it, because it's a fine early blocker, and we're going to draw cards well and see a lot of cards. So if I end up with 5 Surveil cards, I'm going to play Whispering Snitch, but it's not going to be a bomb like it could be in a 2-color Dimir deck with 12 Surveil cards or something. So all in all, I think there's a pretty easy Watcher in the Mist, actually. Yeah, Gargoyle would be super awesome. I would love to pick up a Gargoyle. This pack has fine playables for us. It doesn't have anything incredible. We are looking to be spell heavy. We already have Murmuring Mystic, so Cyclops should be pretty solid. And this card is not hard to cast. It's not blue-red 1. It's blue or red 1. Guildgate, we definitely want more Izzet ones. We already have 2, though, and we do want to prioritize decent spells over lands since we're doing so well on lands and so bad on spells. Vapors is a nice card for decks like this. It's not going to kill many of our creatures, and it can really blow out like a Celestia or Boros aggro deck. But I don't think we want a lot of it. So I think at this point, Piston Fist Cyclops definitely makes the most sense. Given we already have Murmuring Mystic, and we're looking to prioritize spells the whole way, this should end up a pretty good card in our deck. So nothing super exciting for us here, but plenty of playables. I don't think we can really count on Glowspore Shaman as a fixer when it's a black-green 2-drop and we're going to play 4 to 5 colors. Dimir Informant's still a pretty nice surveil fixer. It blocks well early and can help us dig to our power cards. Don't sleep on a card like this. If you're a defensive deck with a good late game and somewhat dicey mana, this card is like a dream. It also triggers all your surveil stuff, so it can trigger Darkblade agents, let those attack and draw a card. Moving down, again, I don't plan to be creature heavy for Lurcher, given we're going to be spell heavy for Murmuring Mystic and Piston Fist like Cyclops. So Lurcher isn't unplayable, but it's not exciting in our deck. So I think that and Rosemane Centaur, this card is pretty good off the splash because it's single white, single green, and you can tap a green or white creature for it. And we do have a Lead Champion, so I think there's a decent chance we would play it, but I don't think we're going to be a creature-heavy deck that's going to put out a bunch of small creatures. I think we're looking to draft like a 4-color control deck. So I think Dimir Informant here is just the right choice. You are right that we have no 2-drops. It's not a super fast format aside from Boros. I will try and prioritize 2-drops when we get a chance. We're not playing an aggro deck. I'll be perfectly happy to end up with 3 or 4 2-drops only, or even just 2 mana or less spells that interact with the board. We don't need a lot, but we will be prioritizing them. Okay, you know what we're going to take here. Second Guild Summit. We've got 1,000,000 gates. It's what we're trying to do. That gives us great inevitability. If we're drawing extra cards galore, we're going to win the game as long as we don't die. So Second Guild Summit out of this pack, and we definitely have a deck. So let's see. We're looking to play ideally a blue-green base because we have Circuitous Route, but we don't have many green cards. Circuitous Route is a fixer. That's why we would like our green to be kind of one of our heavier colors. We could still just end up Grixis. We wouldn't be dropping any great red or white cards right now. We could play Piston Fist Cyclops very easily. Sorry, any green or green or white cards, except the Route. There's not really any good early drops for us in this pack. It's pretty much a pick between Vapors, Guildgate, and Wishcoin Crab. I would love an Enhanced Surveillance, yeah, so that we can go through our deck multiple times. I'm not really sure what we want to take here. We don't have a Golgari Guildgate yet, so it would be a pretty nice pickup. Crab is fine, but we have some good 4s already. I think I would rather pick up the Gate or the Vapors. I think the Vapors is probably the right pick. We do want to get one of those, maybe even 2 of them. We want spells, they have Surveil too, and we're going to need them to beat Boros. Again, for anyone who hasn't played this format much or doesn't remember it well, Boros has a lot of 1 toughness creatures, but they're really fast and aggressive. So you need a Memphitic Vapors or 2 if you're going to slow down Boros and beat them with control decks like this. And now there's nothing really in this pack that I'm interested in except Vapors, so I'm going to grab second Vapors. Dissonant, fine, playable too, but not an exciting card given we're drafting a really controlling deck, as you can see. Guildgate here, pretty easy pickup. So Devious Cover-Up, like I said, it's a really important card in decks like this. Otherwise, you just end up decking. But with Cover-Up, you can shuffle back in your good win conditions that they killed, and then you can almost always close. You don't even need 2 to be able to loop them. It's good to have that, but if you shuffle back in 4 power cards towards the end of the game, you're probably going to win without having to loop them or anything like that. Cover-Up, shuffling and Cover-Up is what I mean by loop them. But that said, the reason you really want 2 is because sometimes on turn 4, you don't have anything else to do, and your opponent plays a good spell, and you just have to cover it up. So you do want 2, but it's totally acceptable to play just 1 as well. The second just brings additional value. Okay, we don't have 2-drops. I'm going to grab Dissonant. It's a nice 2-drop for a ramp control deck. Like I said, it's never a blank. In the late game, it's a win condition. In the early game, it's a 2-mana 2/2 to trade off with their 2-drop. So it's a card I'm pretty happy about. I don't know if I want 3 Vapors or not, but it wasn't really over anything, so I'll grab it. Vine could give us another early drop that we can cycle later. So the end of this pack went reasonably well for us. Nothing exciting, but we kind of filled out some of the stuff we were looking for. Good evening, Bachther. Well then, I guess if we're going to draft 5-color control, we have to take Lantern, right? So we don't want Tajik, even though it's a powerful card. This deck just couldn't be less aggressive. We're going to win the game if we stalemate the board through inevitability. We don't need aggro creatures. There aren't really cheap aggressive flyers in this format that much, so Hitchclaw Recluse is kind of medium. Probably plan to play 2 Vapors. So this is what our deck basically looks like. It's going to be like blue-green, splash everything. The mana should be fine. So yeah, I think Chromatic Lantern is just a powerful ramp and fixer for us. I mean, I'd like another Darkblade Agent, a cover-up, Molder Hulk, but there's nothing in this pack that's incredible, and I mean, we're drafting 5 colors, so I'm going to take Lantern. Yeah, it would be nice to see some bombs when we're positioned to play any card, basically, but I can't control what's in the packs. And we already have the late game covered pretty well with these guild summits. So I would be just as happy to get good direct removal as I would bombs at this point, because if we can take care of any key threats from the opponent, we'll win the late game by just drawing infinite cards. Fine Finality might be the #1 card we could get at this point. So this pack doesn't have anything super exciting. Plague Crafter's okay, not great. Rock Charger's great if you're a Boros aggro deck, but it's not offering us anything special. That's not to say we can't play it, it's just not anything special. We could grab another Vine, or no, there's a Rosemane Center and a Celestia Guildgate. Those are much better cards. Thank you, Udis. Appreciate that subscription. Welcome to the 3-month club. Yeah, I mean, Recluse is fine. I'm not saying it stands no shot at getting played, but we're not really hurting for playables, so I don't expect it to make the man. Rosemane Centaur is the best card, but it's not really an exciting card for us. We do have some green early drops, so we would just need a white source. But white is going to be our lightest color at the moment, I think. I guess white and red are both super light. We're playing blue-green, primarily splash black, and then we're trying to keep our white and red spell count down. So I'm just going to grab a Guildgate. I don't want to have to take them aggressively over good cards for us, and since that pack didn't have any good cards for us, I think that's a good opportunity to take it. Sprouting Renewal is just not a good card. This format is not like Eldraine. There's just not a lot of artifacts and enchantments that people play. I don't think Colossus is particularly good. I know it could be a win condition, but again, we're going to win the late game because we're going to draw infinite cards. I think Pitiless Gorgon is just a great early blocker, and we're blue-green, and black is going to be our next heaviest color by a lot, and red and white are our light splashes. So I think Gorgon here is a pretty clear pick. It's not an exciting third pick. This pack is not going especially well, but I think it is a clear choice for us out of that pack. So Hellkite Whelp actually works really well with these Vapors and kind of as a win condition. Hellkite Whelp is almost a card that's just in the wrong color in this format because red is so aggressive with Boros that like you don't necessarily want this card. But if you're like a red control deck, this card is excellent. The question is, do we want to splash it? I mean, we have a bunch of red Guildgates that we already want to play for double Guild Summit. So yes, even though we don't have a single card that's individually red right now, we already have a bunch of red Guildgates, like a ton of them, plus Lantern and Route. So we're going to have a ton of red sources. So the single red win condition is a nice pickup for us, and it combos especially well with Vapors. All right, can I take this pack and just call it a day? Electrostatic Field's a good blocker, but then again, red is our lightest color, even though it looks like we're going to end up with like 6 or 7 sources. Guild Summit #3 is still good. I would still play it, but we might be drawing too many cards and not impacting the board enough. 2 is a really nice number for a card like that, because you shouldn't draw 2 of 2 very often. But when you start having 3, you are going to draw 2 in your opening hand sometimes, or 2 by turn 4, and like you're just going to draw too many cards and not impact the board. So I don't think we really want to prioritize 3rd Guild Summit. Like if it tables, we might play it, but I don't think we want to take it aggressively. We do need removal. I don't think there's Undercity Uprising should be too good in our deck, though. So I think, do we take like Gorgon or Rosemane Centaur or just the field? I mean, it is a good early blocker and it does deal them a bunch of damage. Even though red is our lightest color, again, we just have a lot of red sources without even trying. Like there's no shot I'm going to play a basic mountain, but we still have, what, for turn 2 even, 1, 2, 3, 4 red sources already, and then we have another like 5, 6, 7. So we already do have a lot of red sources. Uprising does work pretty well with Mystic, but I still don't think we're going to play it. We do need 2-drops. The main problem with Route, though, I mean with Field as a 2-drop, is that, like I said, we're only going to have 4 or 5 sources to play it on turn 2. Thanks, Knowledge Sinkhole. I mean, I'm always happy with a 9-6-1 in, you know, the hardest tournament, but I needed a really good finish. Guild is a 6 or 7, I would rate it. Like, it's a fine limited format, nothing special. Not one I, like, long for, but I enjoy it just fine. Yeah, Mystic isn't really doing great. I mean, will Undercity Uprising be fine in our deck? Like, it's pretty good with the Mirror Informant. That's something that can get Death Touch, Fight, and Live, because it has 4 toughness. It's not great with Agent and Gorgon, with Cyclops and Gorgon and Champion. It's good with Murmuring Mystic. You can either fight something giant with the 1-1, and then who cares, you lost a 1-1 token, or you can fight anything up to 4-4 with your Mystic itself. We are going to draw a lot of cards, and Mystic's a fine blocker on its own, so we're still happy to have Mystic. We'll trigger this plenty of times, even if we only end up with 6 spells in our deck, because we're going to draw a ton of extra cards. Every gate we play is going to draw us cards, and our cards have Surveil. If this was like Beacon Bolt, I would be a lot more nervous about a low spell count, but this is a 4-mana 1/5 blocker for our defensive deck, so this is a good card regardless. Well, I'm always happy to be drafting. Thanks for supporting and hanging out, Blueberry. Also, thank you for subscribing, Nightmare. Appreciate the support. So, I don't know what to take here. I kind of want a lot of these cards, and none of them are home runs for us. I haven't been prioritizing gates very much because we didn't need to, but this could be an opportunity to take another guild gate. We probably still need a few spells. We have 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 that we're happy to run. So, I definitely could see any of these. We can also shuffle our spells back in with Devious Cover-Up. And like I said, I expect to dig right through my deck. I didn't say we're going to trigger it a lot with 2 spells that trigger it. I said if we end up with like 6 spells, we'll trigger it a lot. With what we have right now, no, we're not going to trigger it a lot. But if I end up with just like another 4 spells and like a spell count of 6, which is relatively low, then we'll trigger it a lot because we're going to dig through our deck with all the Surveil and card drawn. Crushing Canopy is okay, yeah. Like I said, there's not a lot of enchantments and artifacts. There are some, and there's some flyers. I think Uprising is probably better. I don't love Uprising, but we are drafting a defensive deck. I could always put that Recluse back in. We might get another Dimir Informant. We're prioritizing creatures that have high toughness, low power, which is what Undercity Uprising is actually good with. Since it gives your creature Death Touch, what you're looking for is your creature to have at least 1 power, but any excessive power past that doesn't matter. And you want your creature to have a lot of toughness so it can survive the fight. So I actually think Uprising will be good in our deck. All right, as much as I would love Conclave Cavalier, there's no way we can cast that. This looks like an opportunity to just grab another Guild Gate. Like I said, Prey Upon doesn't work with low power, high toughness creatures since they won't kill the creature if they only have 1 power. Uprising does because it gives Death Touch. So this seems like an opportunity to just take a Guild Gate over almost nothing. Well, this is just a Windmill Slam Deadly Visit. It's just a great removal spell. I'm not worried about double black that much on a late game card. So that's a Windmill Slam for us. I think we need an Enhanced Surveillance or we're going to deck a lot of games. It's not what I really want to be taking here, but I think it's going to, shuffling our whole graveyard back into our library is just going to win us a lot of games. I think that's something that we just need. Second cover-up for the same reason. Now with 2 cover-ups and a Surveillance, we're looking pretty good to not deck. And this deck's biggest problem is going to be like closing and not decking. Now we can grab another early blocker. Don't think these cards super matter. I'll grab, no, I think, yeah, we could use the Canopy. We didn't get many spells. All right, these cards don't matter. So this is going to be an interesting build. I'm going to leave you to take a look at it for a second. I'm going to let my friend in. I have a friend who came over because I'm helpless when it comes to handy things. So he's going to assemble some furniture that I got. So let me make this nice and big for a second so that we can check this out as big as possible, I guess, on here, which might be this. And then I'll be right back. I'm just going to let him in. Oh, never mind. Apparently he got in, so he should be able to come. Dowser is better than Wishcoin. That can go either way, just depending on curve. I don't really think... I mean, I am going to compensate him for it. He's not doing it strictly out of the kindness of his heart. So what do we want to play? What do we want to cut? We have 5, 8, 11, 13, 17. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this deck is particularly good. I do think it's functional. I think this draft was awful in the sense that we saw all different colors, nothing consistent. But I think our mana is pretty good. And I think we're not going to deck with Surveillance and Double Cover Up. So I actually think this deck came together, but it's still, like, not a good deck. But given how bad the card quality was that we saw, and we didn't see consistent colors, I think that, like, this was a good job in the draft portion of putting together something serviceable out of a really bad seed. Okay, so first let's just figure out, I think, are we going to play 17 or 18 lands? We have double Vine, but we have a really expensive deck and a bunch of guild summits. So I think we want to play 18. It gave us 17, so that means we'd be cutting 2 cards. Do we have anything we want to cut? Anything obvious? Not really. All of the cards that are in here right now are fine. Yeah, the curve's not the best, but it's a control deck. We've got 2 early blockers and a 2/2. So we're not going to cut any of these, though. Even though Portcullis Vine is not some exceptional card, our curve isn't good, so we're not going to cut our 2 and lower. So let's see. I guess we can cut Dowser. I'm not really worried about closing anymore now that we have the Surveillance and the 2 cover-ups. What else do we want to cut? The next cut is not easy. None of these 5s are cuttable. We're not cutting Uprising, cover-ups. I do think we should play 18 lands. We don't have to, but we're like never looking to miss a land drop with the stack. We can't do anything if we're stuck on 2. We could cut like Piston Fist. We have plenty of 3 drops. It's one of the weaker ones. Yeah, and it's double blue and stuff. Yeah, I think Piston Fist here is a cut. And then let's do our mana. So we have 1 red card, like 1 white card, plenty of gates of all colors and stuff. So we're not going to play any mountains or plains. Let's check out our blue sources. We're currently on 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. So let's start by adding 1, but that might be about enough. And then for black, we have 4, 5, 6. And for green, we have 3, 4, 5, 6. That actually looks right to me. Okay, so we're going to get started. In the streamer? Yep. So honestly, I think that this deck is good, not great. Like I think it's an average-ish fine deck, but I think the seat was really bad. So I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. All right, we're on the draw. We are playing 18 lands, but this hand is super slow with no basics and 2 lands. We make up card advantage really well. I think we should mulligan. A better hand and a clear keep. We need to keep all 3 lands. I don't really know what the opponent's playing yet. I think we just put back Watcher. It's possible I'll want to put back Vapors in hindsight, but if they're an aggro deck, this card could win us the game. And with a 3-lander and our late game, I think it's we want to keep this Vapors in our hand in case they're aggro. So gates can either be tapped when you play Summit to draw you a card, or you can play them after Summit and they just automatically draw a card. Given we have Summit and Vapors and Gorgon, I don't think we have a reason to put in the second gate in play right now. We know that we have 3 drops to cast, and then we know whenever we play Summit, we can just play this gate and draw a card. So I'm going to go ahead and I played the 1 gate because we might need it for blue mana to cast Summit in the first place. But I think now, next turn, we have our choice between Summit, Vapors, and Gorgon. And ironically, I'm not going to do any of those. No need to let the opponent start surveilling. They have this Phantasm that after they surveil 3 times gets turned on. So I'm going to kill that sprite right now, not let them start fixing their draws and putting counters on this Phantasm. Taking 1 a turn doesn't scare me at all. And we'll see what else they're going to do. Okay, and we don't have any untapped lands to play. Let's say I had drawn a basic, and in this case, it would have to be an island. I could play the island, and then I could tap the guild gate when I play the summit to draw a card, and then these would all draw a card when they come into play. For now, Pitiless Gorgon's not doing a ton. It's only saving me 1 point of damage on this board. So this is a great turn to just get the summit in play. Then I can start playing all my gates every turn whenever I want, and I'll draw a card every single time one comes into play. That's just really powerful. I know we don't have any double red cards. We do have double blue cards. We don't have a white source yet, but I think we have like 1 white card in the whole deck. So I think Dimir Guildgate is the best of the lands to put into play right now. Vapors is -1/-1, yeah. I thought we were looking great. Now I think I'm probably going to lose. This is one of the best rares in the whole format. Ral is just an incredible card. It draws cards, has 1,000,000 loyalty. It's really hard to beat. Even though we didn't have anything going, I thought we were looking good until they played Ral because we weren't under much pressure and we have a lot of card drawing. But I don't know how we're going to beat Ral. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and draw 1,000,000 cards and then try and dump out a ton of stuff and see if we can beat Ral. So put that in play. When it comes into play, we can tap our gate and draw a card. Then we can play another gate, and we get to draw 2 more cards. And again, we're only taking 2 points of damage. I'm just not really sure how we'll beat Ral, but we'll see. I don't believe I have a direct answer. I mean, of course, if I can like flood the board, because every land I play draws 2 cards, so I'm going to be drawing 3 cards a turn now for the rest of the game. But I do not believe we're going to win this game. I do not believe we can beat Ral. I guess for now, we can't really accomplish more than killing a 5/4 flyer. Can't imagine I'm going to be able to leave cover up anytime soon. Even the Vine, that's not really helping us. Let's just ship those. Ral's Ultimate can win the game, but it does require you to have more in your hand. You have to have more instants and sorceries to play. This isn't constructed, so we really have no idea what's in their hand. Okay, so we have 6 lands. So next turn, we're going to have access to either 7 or 6. We'll probably discard a gate. Do we have 8 cards or 9 cards? If it's just 8, I'll just chuck one of these gates. We don't have to think about it too much. Yeah, because now we can keep basic that comes into play untapped and a gate that comes into play tapped and draws us more cards. Okay, so no way I can deal damage to Ral. Can't fight a Planeswalker, unfortunately. Wish you could. But we don't know what they're holding. Maybe they just don't have instants. They probably do, but maybe they don't. So for now, what do we want to do? We want to take out this Wee Dragonauts, probably. Put out a blocker. Dimir Informant looks good. And if we see anything really good, we can always draw it right now just by playing a gate. So if we see any 3 or less mana cards that we want really badly this turn, we can take them. All right, that's a decent draw. Gonna ship the Forest, top the Mystic. That's a good way to flood the board. We're probably gonna lose again to the Ral, but maybe if they're not holding anything. As far as right now, I don't want to cast Undercity Uprising, knowing next turn I'm going to draw my Mystic. So I think this turn we should probably just hope they don't have instants or sorceries, since we're probably going to lose to Ral's Ultimate anyway if they do. And we'll just go ahead and put out Pitiless Gorgon. I mean, we're not going to deck. We have Enhanced Surveillance and Devious Cover-Up. We're probably going to lose, and we're probably going to lose right now. If they have instants or sorceries, this Wee Dragonauts is going to deal us 1,000,000 damage, and Ral does 4 every time they play one. So they don't. If they have like a single instant or sorcery in their hand, we're probably just dead. And given they Ral plussed a bunch of times, it would be pretty shocking if they didn't. I might concede if they make an emblem and cast 1 and not even make them do more, but there's no reason to concede on the spot because they do need to have instants and sorceries. But now if they play a single 1, they draw 2 cards, they deal us 4 down to 6, and that's 4 damage in play. So they just need to show us basically an instant or sorcery, and then they win the game. I guess technically they need 2 to deal lethal if the 1 doesn't do anything or have Jumpstart. If they don't have any instants or sorceries, next turn we play Mystic and Uprising, and we're in control on board. But again, the odds are pretty high that they're holding stuff. Okay, and that'll do it. Chamber Sentry would have been an awesome card for this deck. I would have really loved to see that. I mean, you don't draft the 4 to 5 color control Gates deck very often in this format. You mostly just draft 2 color guilds, but it is a deck. Like, what I have right now is like fine late game, good late game, fine mana, a little slow, but we've got the 2 Vapors to stop aggro, plus plenty of good blockers. So, I mean, there's a lot of decks we could beat with this deck. I mean, a Ral is a nightmare for us since we can't remove a Planeswalker, and we're not in a position to attack very well very often. So I never force, I can't tell you how to exploit the bots, but in person, I think you should definitely not be forcing anything. I do believe Dimir is the best guild, but I also believe Izzet and Boros are excellent. And even the green guilds, if you get uncommons and rares for them, they're fine decks. So when you say, is forcing Dimir still the way you win? If you're talking about best exploiting the bots, maybe. If you're talking about in person, I would definitely stay open and draft whatever guild I'm seeing, and whatever guild I get good uncommons and rares in. Because the gold cards are really powerful in these gold gilded formats. Okay, so better start for us. Now we can get another tap land in play and our Vine out. If they want to deal us 2 damage, they're more than welcome. They're going to have to spend their turn giving it flying. Thank you, the Shapua. Appreciate that subscription. Bounty Agent, perfectly fine card, 2-mana, 2/2 Vigilance, but the ability kills legendary creatures, barely relevant. Way more fancy than it is actual good. No need to kill just a Scout right now, still at 20, so we'll go ahead and put out a good 3-drop. If they add more 1 toughness creatures to the board, we get more value out of the Vapors. But even if not, if we Vapors on this board, we would kill the Scout. The Agent would go to 1 power, but it would trigger because it's Surveil. So then if we attack, we'd get to draw a card. So we're definitely not in a rush to do anything. Not to mention Hellkite Whelp, if it attacks and pings, plus Vapors can kill a 2 toughness creature. So we're definitely chilling for now. Okay, that said, we didn't draw a land. I really want to find land drops. And we don't have any plays that are super strong other than Vapors right now, so I think I'm going to cast it. Thank you for subscribing. Sorry, Doctor. Appreciate the subscription. Given the opponent is red-white, any cheap creatures with 1 toughness would probably already be in play. I don't know what they're holding, but I really don't want to miss my next land drop. So I'm going to go ahead and play Vapors now, which will trigger the Darkblade, kill their flyer. All in all, it's pretty good. I do want to draw 1 more land. I don't need both of those, so the only question is which. We currently have 2 black and 1 green, so we probably want the green. So I'm going to go ahead and surveil the swamp to the graveyard, keep the forest on top. If they don't have anything, this agent can connect and draw a card, or they can chump it. I'm happy with that either way. If they do have something, who cares? We don't particularly care about the Starkblade agent. Cool. And we'll just play our land now on an even board, and hopefully they're not holding anything too great. Oh, that's a really strong play this turn. Now we have no good block, but it's not a card we can't deal with. Next turn we can put out multiple cards that can block just fine on this board. So again, I don't want to go to 3, and we're going to get to untap next turn and play another good creature. And we're going to get to untap our Death Touch and our 2/2 that can trade with the Sergeant. So I think it's pretty clear that we chump block with Portcullis Vine here. Hopefully that's it. If they have another Pack Beast or a Wave, we're in big trouble. If they have like 1 pump spell, that's not a big deal. We're going to throw like a 2/2 in front of Sergeant. Hey, babe. Keys to what? My car? Okay. The house?
Yeah, so I can leave. Bye.
Bye, sweetie. Okay, so they did have a flyer, but that's okay. We can just trade our flyer for it, assuming they don't also have a trick. Pitiless Gorgon's still a better blocker than Dissident, I think. So let's go ahead and put Dissident on the Sergeant, and then we'll block the 4/4 so that we take as little damage as possible. These 3 trades are all pretty even. We don't have an answer to a 3/3 left in hand if we do this, but I'm not sure what other choices I really have. I can't let 2 creatures through. Yeah, so these are our only blocks. Hopefully we'll draw something. Thank you, the elephant in the room. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you, Furnace Dragon. Appreciate that subscription. Over by where, like, on the outside of the gate where it usually is. No help there. This game went downhill pretty quickly. Think we're gonna die. I mean, we can chump block. I don't know if I have any ways to catch up next turn. This was kind of ugly. I thought this game was going well, but lack of removal, I guess, got to us. Thank you, Furnace Dragon. Well, we can draw cards, but even if we found Vapors, we would die to the Pack Beast, so I think we're just dead. The tricks in this format are really good. Luckily, it's a good time for a bad draft and some run bads, because you can't slip from Platinum. Oh, no, I'm only Platinum 1, so I'll just slip to Platinum 2, not to Diamond. I was thinking like I was Platinum 4, and then I was like, well, can't go back a level, right? I do not know. I saw the announcement, the big elephant in the room, but I barely know what those remastered sets are going to be. There's no hidden MMR. What's that? Yeah, I need more removal. The biggest flaw with my deck is not that it's like some kind of crazy 4-color deck or whatever. It's that I didn't get enough good removal. We really just saw so little. Like, I would have loved like any removal from any of the colors basically the whole draft. So this hand's pretty slow. We definitely want to get these gates in play. We could always tap them when we play the Guild Summit if that's an option for us. So what do we want to do now? They have 3 red mana. They're not going to be able to remove Guild Summit, but we also can't tap anything if we play it this turn. Or we could like play a basic, and then next turn we could play another basic, Guild Summit, and tap one of these. I think we'll draw enough cards. I'm just going to get the Guild Summit out. I'm not really worried about missing out on the ability to potentially tap a gate that's already in play. Our deck has 1,000,000 gates. We have 2 in hand. I think we just want to go ahead and get it out. Okay, so we don't have any 4-mana spells, so let's start with a gate, see what we draw. Well, that makes it easy. I'm just going to play another Guild Summit. Now every gate will draw us 2 cards. We already have a gate in hand, plus this can sack to draw cards, so not super worried. Yeah, I mean, of course the opponent's not doing anything here. Unfortunate for the opponent. At least it keeps the 0-3 police off my back. I never root for anybody to get mana screwed, but it's good if it happens when your deck isn't good, and also when you're 0-2. I don't know, people always say stuff like that, like even in Pro Tours and stuff, like I'm not there to root for my opponent to get mana screwed. Like I'll take the wins, it's a tournament, and there's a decent amount on the line. But I mean, if I wanted my opponents to not play Magic, to not show up, I wouldn't be playing Magic. Like when your opponent gets mana screwed, you miss out on the opportunity to play a good match of Magic. You'll take the win, but what's the fun in that? Well, this hand's super slow, but we have our mana. I'm just going to hope we draw stuff. Even though our curve isn't good in terms of 2-drops, we actually have a ton of 3 and 4 mana cards. So if we find a 3-drop, we should have all of our mana by turn 3. Hopefully we won't fall too far behind. Yeah, I mean, like I said, this deck's pretty medium. But I mean, we lost to a Boros deck that had a good draw, and we lost to Ral single-handedly. I mean, that's how it goes sometimes. It's not a good hand, but when you're on the play, we have our mana, we have a ton of 3-drops. I'm pretty sure it's right to keep this on the play. On the draw, I would have probably mulliganed. This would be a perfect example of a hand that I keep on the play, mull on the draw. Because it's super slow, and we have tap lands, but we have all of our mana. We already have 2 blue in play, so let's go ahead and put out the green-white Guild Gate. Okay, from here, we clearly want to have cover up. I just like saying that. Cover up. I don't really see a reason to sack the Vine right now. If they play some small creature, I would rather not have to counter that. If they play like something else, I can always sack the Vine later. So that's a 3/3, and it's going to grow. Pitiless Gorgon stops it, but we have second cover up in hand already, so I think I'm happy to just counter that. Generally, if somebody's playing that in their deck, they probably have a lot of gold cards. All right, and there's the card we want to draw. Here's the power of Guild Summit. You don't even have to sandbag your gates. You can just play Guild Summit, tap the gates you already have in play, and draw 1,000,000 cards. And then for the rest of the game, we're going to draw cards every time we play a land. Or a gate, at least. Not every single land in our deck is a gate. The downside is we tap out, but well worth it. Now we can go back to not tapping out. Gorgon can stop the unicorn. We have our cover-up up again. Certainly not going to counter that. Even with help from the unicorn, it doesn't get past the vine. Same with that, and those all die to the Hellkite Whelp, so I'm pretty happy about how this turn went. So Whelp plus Devious Cover-Up is 9 mana. We currently have 7. So this turn, if we play Whelp, we don't have Cover-Up up. How bad is the board? Gorgon on Unicorn, Vine on one of these, we take 4 and we're at 20. I think we can play it slow. We can afford to take 4 damage. So I'm going to go ahead and play a tap land this turn so that next turn we'll be able to have 9. And that's a good draw. We can play that and still have 4 up because we currently have 7. So that means if we tap 3, we still have exactly 4 up. And now next turn we can always play Basic Forest if we don't use the cover up here. And then we'll have 9 mana to play Whelp and have cover up to protect it. So they have 2 gates. This gives a creature +1/+0 and menace. This is a close call. So we're looking to kill the opponent's creatures. I don't know if we need to counter this or not. I think it's a pretty close call. If they play land and equip the unicorn, I'm going to have to double block that. It's going to get +2/+0, so, and then it pumps itself. So it will take out the Vine and the Gorgon. Plus, we'll probably find our cover-ups again because we're going to draw so many cards. So yeah, I think countering that is okay. Given we already have Summit in play and Gate in hand and all of that, I think we can afford to counter it. Shuffle back in that other cover-up. And then hopefully we'll find it soon. Well, that's a much better card, and I got punished immediately. Not like we can't win from here or anything. They're still going to need to have a lot more, but that's what happens when you counter stuff you don't necessarily need to, right? So we still want to play Whelp, but now we can't ping out their team anymore, so it's not as big of a priority. And that means we'll just play Watcher instead. That's going to be better in play than the Whelp is. Okay, so we want the Murmuring Mystic before the other spells if possible. After that, I think we're going to want the Visit because we need to kill creatures pretty badly. Then I'll take the cover up and then the Agent. There's no way we're getting rid of any of those, is there? They all look pretty good. It is unfortunate that we're only going to draw them one at a time because we don't have any gates left, but next turn we can play Mystic and Whelp, and any excess mana we can always spend making 1/1 lifelinkers. So I have to imagine we're leaving those on top. Yeah, if I was going to get rid of anything, it would have been Agent, but it's still a pretty good card. It's just another body, if nothing else. Okay, so the creature we want to kill the most by far is Unicorn. We're way more interested in taking that out than we are Locks. Other than that, we don't have really great blocks this turn, but we still have 20 life. So I'll probably just block like this, see what they're up to, and then next turn we'll do what we have to do. I assume they're going to have like a pump spell to take out this Watcher. But we have a 1/5 and a 3/3 to put out, so... And assuming the Unicorn dies, these will be one smaller next turn. The Vine can block one of these. Should be okay. We do have the Vine, to draw an extra card to get us to the counter or the removal if we really need it one turn sooner. Like I said, I'm not saying the game's going great, but we're not in horrible shape or anything. Yeah, but we're in the late game. Like, if they kill the champ, normally you make 1/1s with cards like this aggressively when you're worried that if they kill it, you'll run out of stuff to do, and you want those 1/1s in play. In this case, all I want to do is put the best creatures I can in play. If this goes to the late game, regardless of whether they kill this champion, I'm going to win. We know the top of my deck is stacked. My next 2 draws are Visit and a Counterspell. And anytime I draw a gate, I'm drawing an extra card. So at this point, I just want my best stuff in play. So this is a really good turn for us. They didn't have anything to break it open, so we should pretty much win comfortably from here. Now what we're going to be able to do is deadly visit away the 5/5. We can leave cover up on top, and if they play anything awesome, we can sack Vine to go get it. We'll put the gate after that, since when it comes into play, it draws a card. And then just some nice bodies, I think. Especially the Dissident, given we have all this mana. I'm not even sure. We might be in a position to start attacking, to be honest. Not with a lot, but I don't think I need, like, Hellkite Whelp back. Since the Recluse is tapped, I think this turn I'm just going to send the Whelp. The gate isn't first, because if they play a really good card right now, I can Vine and get the cover up and then cast the cover up. If I only had 5 mana up right now, I would have put the gate first. But given if they play like some powerful card here in combat, I can go ahead and tutor up this cover up by sacking Vine to draw a card and then counter it. Or if they played some bomb rare or something. All right, so let's go to blockers. Can't imagine this could work out anything but awesome for us, given we do have cover up on top. So let's see what we're going to do. Something like 1/5 on 4/4. 3/4 eating a 2/2 is probably the best that can do. 2/2 on the 1/4. 0/3 on the 2/2. That looks pretty good. Are there any other better blocks if we throw a 1/1 in? I couldn't care less about this 1/1, but I don't think there are. This looks right. Okay. Well, they're just losing a 2/2. Certainly don't need to counter that. No, I would just take Notion Rain. Troll is fine, but it's not great. In that situation, I would just definitely take Notion Rain. Okay, so our board got even better than last turn. They put out a Dissident. They can pump it once, but we can always block it with Mystic or something. We can double block a 4/4 if we need to with like Watcher and a 1/1. I think we can afford to attack here with a little more than we did last turn. But if I want to send the champion, I have to tap something. So I think I can ping the Dissident if I send the Whelp. So what I think we'll do is just send the 1/1 flyer they don't think we need back, the Whelp and the 1/1 lifelink, because now we can gain a life. And if they want to trade their Dissident for my 1/1, I'm super happy. If they take it, we gain a point of life from connecting with the 1/1 lifelink. And we still have tons of on-tap mana to either play this counter, make a 1/1, or to make 2 1/1s if I have enough green and white, which I don't. I only have 3 at the moment. But we're pretty much in complete control. Given we have a counterspell and we need to counter very little, it's near inconceivable that they can win this game. I'll counter like Camaraderie or some busted rare. Other than that, like, I don't really see how they can win. No, we don't have, we have 2 green and 2 white if you double count lands, but given we only have 3 lands that tap for either a green or white, we don't have green-white twice, so we can only activate this once. But again, hardly a big concern. As I've been saying, our board's just getting better and better. I think we're in a position where we can send both flyers here now. It's not like they have a block with the Recluse. We can ping the Recluse with the Whelp, and then it has 3 toughness. So if they want to chump, great. If not, they take their 6. And we're not in any way scared of a sweeper or anything like that. I don't even think white has one in this format. I think it's like Fine Finality and Ritual of Suit, if I remember correctly. Deafening Clarion. But I don't think just white-green has access to a sweeper. But even if they do, we'll just counter it. Citywide bust, sure, but that's only going to kill a couple of our creatures. And it'll kill a couple of theirs, for that matter. Looks like they're going to Prey Upon. There's no way we're going to counter that. We don't need these flyers. We'll win this game through inevitability. They actually went with the Lead of Champion, which is fine because that was one of the cards that was helping us have inevitability. Again, we still have no need to counter it. I'll just make my last extra 1/1 out of it right now. We're saving this counter for, like, really broken cards. Like, I would counter, like, March of the Multitudes for 10 or something, or, like, Camaraderie, draw 4 cards, give all their creatures +1/+1. But we're not countering much of anything else when we're this far ahead on board. There's just no need to do that. Similar to last turn, I don't think a ground attack is super productive right now. I can't send the 1/1 into the 1/4, but the 2/3 power flyers make nice attackers, given the Recluse is effectively a 1/3 after we ping it. All right, we've gotten to the point where I can't possibly imagine we're going to need this Portcullis Vine to block, so I'm just going to go ahead and cash it in. See what's on the top before we make any further choices. Might as well gain information. Sure, we don't need... Well, no, the champion's gone. Okay, so we'll get rid of those. I'm just going to cycle that anyway. Might as well leave the gate on top since we can put it in play and draw the next card anyway. And nothing really has changed. We have out infinite good blockers. So I think here we definitely want to be attacking with the Darkblade Agent because it can either trade up since it has Death Touch or draws cards now, and the 2 flyers, and that leaves us infinite blockers. So still pinging the 1/3, and then they can, like, double block the agent and we'll kill the 2 little creatures, or they can let us draw a card, or they can put, like, the Witness in front of it. Basically, Darkblade Agent has Death Touch right now and Ophidian draw a card right now, but won't on their turn because we just surveilled. So we want to send it now, get our value. Even though this isn't a great trade, I mean, it's a cluttered up board, not turn 4. We're not going to get the agent through, so trading it for 2 creatures is perfectly fine with me. Well, can't imagine that that's going to hit anything that powerful, but let's see. And then we'll just counter that, and they'll probably concede. So there is the Convoke Fog in this format, I think. So I do want to try and lethal them, but I don't necessarily want to be dead. Like, I don't want to turn all my creatures, have them fogged or something, and then possibly win on the backswing somehow. I guess with Vapors, it's pretty safe because we can shoot the Dissonant, and then if they do something like that, we can always Vapors post-combat, though. So let's see. Well, they have the 1 blocker. Yeah, so they're just dead in the air. So, yeah, there's no reason to send on the ground, and we'll just send the flyers. That's definitely the right play. If they have... I think they need exactly Fog to live. I don't think Righteous Blow would save them here. I probably should have pinged the Dissonant, but no, never mind. We have all these 1/1s back and these 1/1 flyers. Even if they fogged, I wouldn't Vapors. We still have back infinite blockers. Hey, there it is. What are the odds? They actually had the Convoke Fog here. But we still have infinite creatures back. We'll just win next turn. The key there was just not alphaing. As long as you didn't send everything there, you're fine. Well, thanks, Escargo Express. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. And yeah, that's what we do here. Like I said, if you're looking for fast action, I'm the wrong stream for you. If you're looking for somebody to take their time and talk through everything and overanalyze everything going on, you're in the right place. Well, it is true that Boros could run us over, but like, for example, if our Boros opponent had drawn their cards in a different order, we would have blown them out with Memphitic Vapors. Boros has a lot of 1-toughness creatures, and we have double Vapors. And we do have those 2 Portcullis Vines, so assuming we see a Vapors by like turn 4 or 5, we can definitely beat Boros. This hand is kind of ugly, but it's not bad. I mean, we're on the draw. We have a lot of blue sources. That said, this deck mulligans pretty well, so I think I'm going to ship it. Well, this hand is worse, but I really don't want to go to 5. But I guess the opponent took a mulligan too. It looks like they're on 6. And like I said, this deck mulligans pretty well. So given we have the London mulligan, I think I'm just going to actually go to 5 here. And then hopefully we'll be able to find some card drawing and all of that. Okay, this is definitely a keep. I'm going to put back the card we can't cast. And one of the guild gates, because we are going to need our good spells. 4-color pile, yeah, that's a way you could describe it. I think if we had a couple more removal spells, this deck would be really good. Like, if you add a Hypothesisil and Aether Takedown and a Deadweight to this deck, I think it's a pretty good deck. As is, I don't think it's a very good deck, because we just never really saw the removal. But the mana's pretty good, the card drawing is pretty good. So this is kind of ugly. I can't cast the Gorgon. I wasn't going to play the Swamp last turn, because I didn't have the Forest. I had another tap land. I guess if I would have played it, it would have meant if I did peel an on-tap Forest or Swamp, I could play the Gorgon. But obviously, I might also just want to get my tap land in play. Like, if I drew a tap land this turn, then I'd be able to hold the on-tap land and play my good 4s on turn 4. So that can go either way. Definitely, if we can draw one of our Vapors, we'll be looking pretty good. If not, it's going to come down to whether they can answer our couple good cards that we're going to play here. Hopefully, they cannot. Even though they can shrink the Mystic, so even if they're holding nothing, they can attack right into it, it's only 3 points of damage if we get to block the Leapfrog. The Gorgon's also very ineffective against Mesmerist. If you take away its 2 power, then Death Touch doesn't work. So a land that comes into play on tap or Vapors are our best draws. We didn't find that, so now we have to choose. We can play the Gorgon, and then if we want to block, we can block like the Informant and go to 2. We have an extra creature in play. We could leave up Cover Up, but if they don't play anything, that's pretty bad for us. Next turn we have Watcher, so that's going to be a nice drop. If they do play something and we counter it and get a 1/1, we're at 1. Next turn we play Watcher, and then we have 2 creatures to 3 and we lose. So that doesn't help us. So I think we have to just play the Gorgon. We're definitely not dead. If we top deck Vapors, we kill these 2 creatures, and then they have a 1-power creature out with us at like 2 and a Gorgon. If we don't top deck Vapors, it just comes down to what else they have. They've got more stuff to do. Let's say I block Dimir Informant and go to 2. Next turn, we don't have to stop the Informant, but we do have to stop the other 3 cards, whatever they play this turn in these 2. So Watcher plus Gorgon is only going to stop 2 of them, and then we'll probably die to the 3rd. Let's say I chump the Leapfrog. We go to 4. They add another card to the board, let's say a 2-power creature. We play Watcher, we block the Leapfrog next turn, we take 5, 1 from the Informant, 1 from the Mesmerist, and 1 from whatever they play, and we die anyway. So might as well just block this Informant. Hopefully we'll just draw it like Lymphatic Vapors. That's our best draw by a lot. Okay, no love there, so we should be dead. Still going to let them go for it. They don't necessarily know whether we're holding Righteous Blow or something. Pretty close game, kind of unfortunate on the multi-5. This deck should be a good matchup for us. I mean, they have a bunch of 1 toughness creatures, and they're not that aggressive, but we didn't find one of the 2 Lymphatic Vapors, so there's not much you can do. I'm not super happy about 2-3, but not a great deck, but I do think it was a really tough draft, a really hard seat. And I mean, like I said, if you look at the games we lost, just didn't break our way. Let's get to another draft, and hopefully we can draft something a little bit better. Okay, so Clarion is really interesting. Boros is a hyper aggro deck. So Clarion is near unplayable in Boros, but Clarion's a really good sweeper. So if you draft like an Izzet control deck or Celestia deck or something, then Clarion is awesome. Stalwart is a really good, really aggressive 2-drop. It's very easy to pump it and then once with a different mentor creature, a pump spell, and enchantment, and get a lot of mentor value out of it. It's also just really hard to block. Thanks, Rasma. Yeah, so Stalwart is a really powerful 2-drop for aggressive Boros. It's also really good in Celestia, because Celestia makes a lot of 1/1 lifelinks and stuff, and then turning those all into 2/2s is a huge game. Lotless Giant's a good finisher for black-green. It's pretty important, but I would never consider it over Stalwart and Clarion. Book Devour is not very good. It's playable, but it's bad. As far as the commons, I don't see any of the best commons. I don't see like Deadly Visit or Watcher. Either Takedown or Hypothesizzle. The best common in this pack is probably Yuck. Yuck is the best common in this pack. The commons in this pack suck. Like, there's plenty of stuff that's playable, Gates and Radical Idea and Scout and Cyclops, but the commons in this pack are awful. So this is basically a pick between only Stalwart and Clarion. Anything else out of this pack would be a really weird choice. I think Clarion is hard to play in this format. Like I said, you have to basically splash it into an Izzet control deck or Celestia deck with a good late game and not a lot of tokens. So I think Stalwart just being a perfect fit in both white guilds. I mean, this card is just excellent in Boros aggro, excellent in Celestia. Because, like I said, Celestia specifically makes a lot of 1/1 lifelinks and has a lot of 1/1s. And Boros aggro is just a deck that's always looking to attack and pump and mentor. So I think Stalwart fits perfectly into both white decks, and it's just a nice, strong uncommon to start with. Okay, so this pack's pretty loaded. There's a lot of cards that I'm happy to take early in a draft in this pack. I think Glowspore Shaman and Discovery Dispersal are both nice uncommons, nothing special, but they're both early potential picks. Command the Storm is a good removal spell. Hypothesizzle is one of the best commons. Discard some weak card to kill a good creature or just draw 2. Sky Knight Legionnaire is excellent in Boros aggro. So given we're not going to take a single color white card because Candlelight Vigil is like filler, there's no reason to worry about a card being red, white, gold at this point. It's a little worse than taking just a red card because we could still end up playing like Izzet and then we can use Command. Whereas if we play, if we take Legionnaire and we play Izzet, we can't. But I think Command is worse than Hypothesizzle and Legionnaire. So this pick ends up pretty interesting. I mean, Legionnaire and Boros aggro is definitely a good archetype. Not really sure what to take. I think that there's a lot of close cards here. Nothing really screaming take me out of this pack. Discovery is a good card to take early because it can go in any blue or black deck. But for it to be an actual good card in your deck, you have to play blue-black. And, like, I mean, neither blue or black go with Stalwart. This is a gilded format where you play white-green or white-red. Look, if we saw some bomb blue-black card here, let's say this was, like, Etrata or something, which is not like an incredible rare bomb mythic, but like a very good card, I would take it, no problem. I mean, if we drop Stalwart, we drop Stalwart. But Sky Knight Legionnaire, Command the Storm, Hypothesizzle, I mean, these cards are all on par with Discovery, if not better. So there's no real reason to look at Discovery since it doesn't go with Stalwart. I think really it's between Command the Storm, Hypothesizzle, and Legionnaire. If we end up Boros, Legionnaire is substantially better than Command. But if we end up Command is substantially better than Legionnaire. And if we end up Hypothesizzle is better than Command. But if we end up Boros, Hypothesizzle is worse than Command. So I think that there's a justification for any of these three cards. I don't really see a reason to take anything else out of this pack. I think this time, though, I'm just going to try and hedge and stay open a little bit. We might be seeing Izzet since there's a Hypothesizzle. We might play Boros. Legionnaire is definitely better than Command the Storm and Boros, but if we do play Boros, we'll be happy to have one nice removal spell that costs 5. So I'm going to go ahead and grab Command, keep our options a little bit more open. Draft the Boros way, the hard way, right? So now we have another interesting pick. Cratermaker, this card is worse than it looks, but still solid. Since damage doesn't go on the stack, it's not like this can kill a 4/4. It's cool that you can sack your 2-mana 2/2 to kill a flyer, like a Sky Knight Legionnaire, but that's not really that impressive. This is a solid card, but it's not a great card. Watcher is the best card in this pack, I think by a pretty substantial margin, but if we're waffling between Boros and Izzet potentially, Cratermaker's the color in between, it's red. Thank you, Solemn Simulacrum. Appreciate you supporting my stream. Thank you for subscribing. So I'm not really sure what to take. Watcher is substantially better than Cratermaker, but Cratermaker is red, which is the color that's in between potentially Izzet and Boros, the color we're most likely to play. I think Watchers are truly excellent, though. Centaur is good, but I think Watcher's better. And it's not like Stalwart Centaur is better than Watcher Command if we play Izzet, so there's not really much reason to take Centaur. I'm pretty sure this is a pick between just Watcher and Cratermaker. I think Watcher's absolutely excellent, might be the best common. I think Cratermaker is good, not quite as good as Watcher, but it's the color that goes in between, potentially. I mean, I don't worry that much about the signals I pass. People mostly draft based on whatever they open and whatever they took out of the previous pack. And I don't even know how the bots do that and what they pass in pack 2. But even in person, I try not to worry too much about what I pass. I just worry about what I'm being passed. I think that this is a close pick. It does seem like we're seeing Izzet, and I don't think Cratermaker's that impressive. So I think I'm going to go with the Watcher. I really do love that card. So this pack has Hypothesizzle, Notion Rain, Watcher. Again, we could go Dimir still, even if we have to drop Stalwart and Command, or we could go Izzet. Hypothesizzle might be slightly better than Watcher in some Izzet decks, but Watcher's one color, and it's pick 4 of the draft. And I'm not even sure which of these two cards I like better. And when we already have a 5-mana removal spell, I think Watcher here is a pretty clear choice. This way, we can still go Dimir or Izzet and use the Watcher instead of taking the gold card. And I'm pretty glad we did that. Notion Rain is the best card available in our colors now by a pretty wide margin. I mean, there's not any Izzet cards I really want. Ornery Goblin's a nice 2-drop for a Boros aggro deck, but if you're a control deck, you're not that interested. Maybe you'll play it, maybe you won't, just to fill out your curve. Assassin's a really nice Golgari card, but of course we're nowhere near Golgari. Notion Rain is a good Izzet control card, Dimir control card, and it does seem like we're seeing Dimir control. So I think we want to grab that Notion Rain. As you can probably guess, if we play a Dimir control, we're going to be pretty good at going through our deck. We already have Notion Rain and 2 Watchers. I'm going to prioritize Devious Cover-Up pretty highly. And though I still am happy to pick up a Guild Gate or 2 to help my mana in a control deck, it's not a big priority if we're a 2-color deck. What is a big priority is getting Vapors. Boros aggro is near unbeatable for control decks if you don't have a couple of these. You have to cast this card. Okay, and looking at this pack, there's no exciting cards in the pack, but again, we still could play Izzet Splash Black or Dimir Splash Red. I'll go ahead and pick up an uncolored Guild Gate. over virtually nothing. Now I'm not going to take Gateway Plaza, though. We're not drafting the Gates deck this time from what we have. Disdainful Stroke is a fine one of. Centipede is not a particularly good card, though it does block well, because if they want to attack into it and we trade it off with something, we get the counter. Lotless Giant is not a card I would ever play in Dimir. This is only a finisher for a Golgari creature-heavy Undergrowth deck. So I'm not really sure what to take. I think it's between Stroke and Centipede. I think it's pretty close. I would never want to play more than one Stroke in the main. If this was best 2 out of 3 and not best of 1, I'd probably take Stroke, because even if I'm going to only main 1, I'd have any number of this card in my sideboard, because if we play against a deck that has a lot of powerful cards, we could board in 4 of these. Given this is best of 1 and there's going to be no sideboarding, and I don't really want to main more than one of these, I think I'm going to go with the Centipede, because it's just a more main deckable card. Always happy to grab that one Surveillance to make sure we can't deck. Second cover up, so now we're good to play a super controlling deck. Let's just hope this time we can find some dead weights and some deadly visits and some Aether takedowns. There's plenty of good removal in this format. It was just a coincidence that last draft we didn't see it. So now we have a pretty interesting choice. I like Whispering Snitch a lot in a blue-black Surveil deck. We already have tons of Surveil and Surveillance, so we are going to prioritize Surveil cards. But Lava Coil is excellent removal. When I said Murmuring Mystic's probably the best uncommon in the set, somebody responded with Coil. Now, while I will say that Mystic is better than Coil, they aren't wrong that Coil is one of the best uncommons. This is hyper-efficient removal. We're going to dig through our deck well, and we have a Guild Gate. So there's only 2 cards you should be considering, and that's Whispering Snitch and Lava Coil. Given how good of a late game this deck already has, I actually think we want the Snitch. The life gain in the early blocker is going to help us to prolong games and then win with our card advantage. The Coil off the splash, we're not going to be able to cast in the early game very often. So I think Snitch offers this deck more, because even though we really want removal, we want early game cards that block, and the life gain from Snitch is really valuable for us. I wouldn't consider Darkblade Agent. It might be a more powerful card than Snitch, but it's really easy to get. It's a lot easier to get playable 3s than playable 2s for a blue-black control deck. So the replacement kind of value, Snitch is a lot better than like Wall of Mist. Like Snitch is more better than Wall of Mist than Darkblade is the other 3 mana cards we're going to have access to. Like Whispering Agent and Dimir Informant, which are both excellent 3-drops. These are both worse than Darkblade Agent, but they're not more worse than Darkblade Agent than Wall of Mist is worse than Whispering Snitch. So that's why you really want to prioritize something like Whispering Snitch when you have a blue-black Dimir deck, because it's a good 2-drop for this deck, and it's hard to get good 2-drops for this deck. Onward Ego is not playable. This is a pick between the 3-drops. I think they're close. We just should look at our deck and see which one we want more. There's no way I would ever take anything here except Whispering Agent or Dimir Informant. They're both excellent in our deck. If your deck is really, really defensive, you probably want the Informant. If you're going to ever be concerned about attacking, you want the Agent. We have Surveillance, Snitch, Notion Rain, 2 cover-ups, 2 Watchers. I think we're going to be looking at a really controlling deck potentially, so I'm going to go with the Informant. Right, there's nothing here that we can really play, nothing here we really want. Just going to grab Wall of Mist. Hopefully it doesn't make our deck, but there's no blue or black cards really for us in that pack. Similarly, Muse Drake is fine, not exciting. I'm very unhappy about these last couple picks, but nothing we could do. So we already have 2 cover-ups and Surveillance, so we're already covered on decking, so we don't really want more cover-ups. So I think Notion Rain it is. We need to prioritize cheap things, make sure we keep our life total up. But we can just deck people. We can win the late game pretty easily. What we're looking for now is cheap things that are effective, like Deadweight and the 1/1 Death Touch and Burglar Rats, things like that. And we're looking for good removal. Either Takedown and Deadly Visit and Severed Strands are all amazing for this deck, as we're going to be able to dig through our deck and play long games. I don't believe these cards matter. Pitiless Gorgon's probably the most likely for us to play. We can't use Guild Summit. We're already towards the end of Pack 2. We have 1 Izzet Guild Gate in the sideboard. This pack went horribly for us. Pack 1 went really well, even though we had to audible out of our first couple picks. We ended up seeing a lot of good Dimir cards late Pack 1. This pack, I mean, I like Informant, I like Snitch, but that's about all we've got. This is a pretty weak pack. That said, I'm going to go ahead and grab Child of Night. Like I said, the longer the games go, the better for us with this much good late game and card drawing. Child of Night's lifelink makes it okay. It's not a good card, but it is serviceable. Not going to play Mesmerist. We're not looking to attack and shrink things. Mesmerist is good if you're like an Is It aggro deck, but if you're not aggro, Mesmerist is a 2-mana 2/1 no ability. This is another horrible pack for us. There's so many good Dimir cards in this format. It's pretty unfortunate. We're now going to have to choose between like Rat, Poisoner, and Vapors. We currently have plenty of 2-drops. We have like 4 decent ones already, plus Surveillance. Plenty of 3s. Our curve is actually pretty low. That said, we have double Notion Rain. So we probably just want Poisoner. We don't have any Severed Strands. Burglar Rat is better with Severed Strands because you get the discard when it comes into play, and then the 1/1 body can be sacked. Poisoner is better if you don't have Severed Strands because you can trade off with bigger things. I think this is an embarrassing first pick. Where are the either takedowns? Where are the deadweights? Where are the deadly visits? Where are the Severed Strands? Where are the gold uncommons and rares? But Hired Poisoner, I think, is the best card for a deck out of that pack. Okay, so this isn't exciting, but it is exactly what we want. We're going to dig through our deck. We can recycle our cards with Devious Cover-Ups. We really need a Deadly Visit. This is a really nice pickup for us. It's a Windmill Slam out of this pack. This card is playable, but it's way more fancy than good. Deadly Visit is exactly what we were looking for. So now there's not really any good blue or black cards for us, but there is a Beacon Bolt. We do have an Is It Guildgate. We have a Command the Storm. We haven't seen a ton of good removal, and we're going to put a bunch of spells in our yard pretty easily. So I think this is a pretty clear Beacon Bolt. I was looking to not splash red because there's no reason to do it if you can keep getting blue or black cards. But now that there's a card as good as Beacon Bolt for our control deck and our spell-heavy drawing cards control deck, and our next choice would be I Don't Even Know, a Disdainful Stroke, or a Pass Wall Adept number 2, I think this is a clear Beacon Bolt here. And we look at a very light red splash. Pretty easy Burglar Rat here, I think. I don't really like Pilfering Imp very much. It's playable, but it's not good. Now that we are splashing, we do want to pick up a blue-black Guildgate. I talk about this concept from time to time. This card helps you splash red almost as much as this does because we just get to cut. Now we have a blue and black source out of 1 land, so it's easier to cut an island for a mountain. It's not much of a difference. We want to prioritize duels so we can do our little light red removal splash. We might use the Locket, we might not to help with that. We'll see the way the rest of this pack goes. Crab's a pretty good blocker. Second Vapors is always a nice pickup for these decks. These cards don't matter, as I like to say. These cards don't matter. They're not going to make our deck. They just don't matter. Okay, so we don't need 4 red sources with this much card drawing and 2 red cards. So we're certainly going to cut 1. We want to have like 8 blue, 8 black. So let's see if we're there. We're on 7 black, 8 blue. So if we add a black, that gives us 8 of our 2 main colors already. Both of our gates are blue, but only 1 is black. So now we're on 8/8/3, which is at least solid mana. We do have the option to play 18 lands. With this much Surveil, it's certainly doable. But we don't have to. We have a lot of 3-mana cards like Locket and Notion Rain that can help us find lands, Endemir, Informant, and Vapors. And we also have plenty of 2-drops. So if we're stuck on 2 for 1 turn, we might be okay. We could cut Locket, but it is another red source. It's not great in our deck, but we are ramping to 5-drops. We do have 4 5s and 4 4s, so Locket into one of these 5s could be a thing we do sometimes. Gorgon over Locket's doable, but we only have 8 black sources, so I don't love a double black 3-drop. This is close, I think. I'm actually thinking about cutting Child of Night for Pass Wall because we have double Vapors. I don't think I want to cut Wall of Mist in a deck that's defensive. I can make up the card advantage later really easily with stuff like Beacon Bolt, Double Notion Rain, Locket, Double Watcher in the Mist, Cover-Ups, Visits. I'm really interested in having a good early blocker. Yeah, I think that with double Vapors, we want to sub out the Child for another Adept. Other than that, I think this is right. Cut Mountain. Nah, I mean, we're only on 2 mountains. We've got 8 blue. We have 9 blue, if you count the Izzet, and 8 black. I think 8/8 is going to be enough mana sources. I mean, you know, anything could happen, but 8 is a lot. 8 is, you know, in a 2-color deck with no splash, you play 9/8 most of the time. We went 2-3 with the Guild Summit deck. I don't think that deck was particularly good, but I also think we lost a game that was looking good to Ral. We lost to a Boros deck where they only played 1/1 toughness creature. We vapored, and then they drew 2 more, and they had a bunch of finishers. And we lost on a mull to 5. All in all, our opponents didn't have great draws in the games we won either, so I'm not saying, like, we learned a lot about the deck, but it's just pretty random best-of-1 games. Ral is one of the best mythics in the entire format, so if you ever lose a game to Ral, don't consider that an evaluation of your deck in any way. Okay, so we don't really need to surveil for 2 extra. We're not digging for anything. I think I would rather get the drains. Thank you, Kit-Kit-Son. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for supporting my stream. Really, really appreciate it. So let's see. We don't want to block Poisoner with Snitch. I would block Poisoner with Informant, so we probably should just put out Informant this turn. We're not really under pressure. It is nice to get your ramp spells out earlier, your lands, but next turn we know we can always go lock it into Surveillance, and that uses all our mana every turn. So I think it makes sense to put out Informant here. We're already at the point where we can bin any lands, so we know what we're scrying for. And I'll keep a cheap creature to put in play. We are holding double Notion Rain here. Scry gets a lot better when you know what you're looking for. It doesn't really matter whether it's early or late, but if you're in a position where a land is like an okay draw, like imagine a game where you're holding like 1 land, you have like a 5-drop, like a 6-drop, a 4 and a 4-drop in your hand, and a land. You have 4 cards in hand. You have a land, a 4, a 5, and a 6, and it's turn 3, and you play Informant. What are you looking to scry to the top or the bottom? A land is a decent draw, but you already have 1 land in hand. You don't know if you're going to flood or screw. So in a situation like that, if you have a different 3-drop, you play the other one, and then you see your next draw step, because if it's a land, you're going to play Informant and get rid of lands. If it's a spell, then you're going to play Informant, get rid of expensive spells, and dig to lands. So in a situation where your hand kind of has what it needs, and you don't know like whether like a land or a spell is like a particularly good draw, you're not really looking for anything, that's when you want to hold on to your Surveil. When you already have all the lands you need and you know any land is just a dead draw basically, that's when you play Scry or Surveil. Or if you don't have more lands and you need to dig to lands to make your land drops, that's when you want to use Scry or Surveil. Scry and Surveil are at their best when you know what you're looking for. Thanks, Stead MTG. Appreciate the compliment as well as the support. Thank you for subscribing to my stream. The gate deck is totally fine. My last deck wasn't very good, but it was because I didn't see removal, not because Circuitous Route, Double Gateway, whatever that card's called, isn't a real deck. If you add like 3 or 4 decent removal spells to my last deck, it's a very good deck. Okay, so now I don't really see us attacking, and we really don't need to. We definitely don't need to deadly visit anything in play, so this looks like we just play Surveillance and Notion Rain. See a bunch of cards, draw 2 of them. I think we are going to have a lot to do, and we have another Notion Rain in hand, so I wouldn't mind like 1 or 2 more lands. So I'll probably get rid of 1 of these and keep 1 of them. We currently have 3 blue and 2 black, so let's go ahead and leave a black land. The rest of these I'm going to want. I want the land now for sure because I haven't made a land drop yet. So past that, it doesn't matter really because we'll have both of these by next turn anyway, since we're about to draw 2 of them. So the only thing that really matters is that the land is in the top 2, so we can make our land drop. Actually, we have so much card drawing. I think I actually want another land for next turn too anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and top all 4 of these. I tend to be pretty greedy, but given we have a Locket to pop for 2 more cards, and a Notion Rain in hand for 2 more cards, and Muse Drake draws another card, I just want to make some land drops for now. So I don't think it would have been horrible to bin one of the lands there, but I don't think it was in any way necessary. I think I'll just make my land drop so I can do a little more early. Okay, so we want to draw Command the Storm, so let's play the Muse Drake first and draw it, and then we can Notion Rain after. That's all right, we can beat this Nightveil Predator. We're drawing so many cards, and we're going to kill all their stuff, and we'll start attacking, and they're getting drained. Not that worried. So all of our creatures have a lot of toughness, so if we double Vapors, we lose nothing, and we kill 2 of their creatures, so that already looks good. So we're going to put these on top, and then the cover-up. I don't think we want a Hired Poisoner. Whoa, we got a raid. Thank you, Dog, for the big raid with 539 raiders. Thank you for raiding my channel, Dog. Welcome. Really appreciate the support from all the other streamers. How's it going tonight? Whoa, second Predator. Well, this could become a game. I mean, they don't have lifelink, but Nightveil Predator is kind of tough to beat with a control deck. I felt like we were fine against the first one, but now we've definitely got a game. So if the Predator takes 1, it dies to the double Vapors. So the question is, do we want to Vapors or attack? First, we should attack, I guess, because if we Vapors first, our creatures have no power anyway. So double Vapors here is still a decent turn, but this turn, I think first thing we're going to do is attack with Muse Drake, because if they block with Nightveil Predator, that's just awesome for us, and if not, whatever, it's a point of damage. So that's great. Now double Vapors will kill that Predator, so that was huge for us. Clearly now we don't really need lands, so let's just go ahead and get rid of those. Do we want to draw these? We already have a cover-up in hand. I don't think we really want to draw another one. I also don't think we're really looking for Wish Coin right now. I'm not worried about shipping too many resources because we have Surveillance, and we're about to play another Surveil 4 card at the moment. So I'm going to ship all those, and then, you know, next turn, with this second Vapors, maybe I'll leave okay stuff on top. So now it's 4 lands. We have 7 in play. So next turn, it's not even like we can play a 5-mana removal and cover up, so we don't need any of this. So let's just get rid of all this muck. So welcome to any of Dog's viewers. We drafted a grindy blue-black Dimir. I'll put it on the screen for you after this game very briefly. This is actually the first game, so you've tuned in at a great time. And we're just getting started on a best-of-1 run here doing Guilds of Ravnica with a grindy blue-black light red splash. Disinformation Campaign is a very good card. Not super scared at the moment, though. I'm actually kind of glad that if they don't press board advantage right now, because we need to be able to race this Predator to not lose to it. Okay, so for now, with 7 mana, we have Passwall Adept, but we're not really in a position where we want to start attacking. We can just sack Locket potentially for more cards or counter anything good. There's absolutely no reason to kill this child this turn. So we have 3 different creatures that can block it. So let's just see what else they're up to. So that's not a card that does a ton, but it does gate the Disinformation Campaign. So we could think about countering it. But honestly, I think I'm just going to let it happen. They still have cover-up mana of their own up, and if they play something else, they won't. So I think I'd rather allow that, and then maybe I'll just cover up the actual campaign if they replay it. Unfortunately, that's not a card that's good enough to cover up, even if it does let us reshuffle in the other one, because that card really just doesn't do anything on this board. So I'm going to sack Locket here. If we find a land and 3 cards, we can play Bolt on Agent and still have cover up. So now I'm going to attempt to cover up that disinformation campaign. Hopefully it resolves. If they counter it, it's going to be hard to kill them, but it's still doable. We've got the surveillance, so we can shuffle back in the other one. Also this one, but I'm assuming their counter is more likely to be cover up, which exiles because it's common, than Sinister Sabotage, which is uncommon and puts it in the graveyard. So what do we want from the stack? We want, what do they have out? I don't really care about Vaporizing away Child of Night. We definitely want cover up. That's the best card in our entire graveyard. The card drawing is good, especially with Whispering Snitch. And then we could take like a 1/3 flyer or a draw 2. I think we'd rather have a 1/3 flyer that draws 1. So I'll go ahead and shuffle Muse Drake. If this resolves, it's really good for us. If they like Disdainful Stroke it, it's not that bad for us because, again, we can shuffle both cover-ups in. But if they Devious Cover-up it, then we have to beat them without decking. But we do have the Enhanced Surveillance out. Okay, so that went reasonably well. We no longer are holding counters, so this turn looks like a pretty good turn to play Notion Rain, play a land, and play Watcher. I can't really imagine how we're going to have something better to do. If we find the cover-up, then we'll have an interesting decision. All of those look like decent cards. We need a land this turn to play Watcher, and then I think we want to draw like all of those. Probably want Muse Drake first. We have other stuff to do, I think. Next turn, we're going to have 4/8 mana, so we can go like Muse Drake into Adept. That's not that strong. Maybe we won't Watcher. And then we'll do Muse Drake and Burglar Rat. Oh, I forgot that we were going to get 2 cards right now, so it doesn't even matter. We'll have them all by next turn anyway. Okay, we don't need more lands. We want cover up, but we have 8 mana next turn, so we'll do Muse Drake into cover up now. And now we have options, but if we want to have our counter up, we can. And then this is a race we're winning pretty easily, so we'll be able to attack with Watcher and just trade it with Predator to clear the way for the rest of our attackers. Not this turn, of course, because Watcher is summoning sick, but on future turns, we're not even going to think about sinking mana, I don't think, into the Watcher with Passwall Adept every turn. We can just trade it with their Nightbill Predator, and then that clears the way for the rest of our team. So I'm going to start there. We want Rat because it's just a body and it gets a card out of their hand. It's not great, not horrible. This is all basically irrelevant. We're going to be able to shuffle these back in. Our deck is really small. Decking them is our primary plan. If they don't have like Enhanced Surveillance or something, then I don't know how it's even going to be possible for them to kill me without decking. The Auto Tapper isn't good at knowing what's on the top of your deck. So these are the exact kind of situations where you have to tap manually. It just tried to tap double blue, which would not leave me cover up, but it doesn't know that cover up's on top of my deck. It only knows your hand. Hopefully someday they'll get to the point where it knows the top of your deck. Rat's not amazing, but it's still solid. It's just going to get a card out of their hand, put a body in play. We have 5 cards left before we shuffle the deck back in. We could always chuck a bad card to the Beacon Bolt. I think pretty much anything like that is fine right now. What I don't want to do is drop shields. I want to keep cover up in case they play Surveillance or something like that. So I think if we want to leave 4 mana up this turn, we're going to rat them. And then we can play Passwall Adept. But again, we need to tap 2 black so that we then have a blue for Passwall Adept and 2 blue for cover up. So let's tap 2 black and rat them. We definitely rat first because we don't want to show them what else we're going to do before. And actually, though, I take it back. I'm not going to cast the second Adept. The reason being we have Beacon Bolt in the yard, and we might want to discard something to it. I'd be perfectly happy if they don't play anything else good for us to kill, for us to shuffle back in the Beacon Bolt rather than exile it. So I think for now, I'm just going to hold the Adept and see what they want to do. And again, they're at 7 cards in their deck. There's no way they're going to lethal us unless before they deck, but they may have devious cover-ups or enhanced surveillance of their own. They have, what, 4, 7, 10 mana, so that can be a 7/7, so we can't kill it. So we're just going to throw something in front of it. Looks like Informant will be a fine choice. Three cards left in our deck. We're still 1 mana short of Watcher or Deadly Visit, plus Cover Up. I mean, we could just Beacon Bolt the Shade so that we don't have to keep chump blocking it. That seems better than shuffling it back in. We have plenty of spells, right? 5. They can pump it 3 times to exactly 5. Does the bolt count itself? The bolt right now says 5. Is the bolt going to deal 4 or 5? Because if it's going to deal 4 if I cast it, then they can pump this to a 5. It's 4, so we'd have to discard a spell to it, which we can't do because our spells are too good. So in that case, I'll just chump block again. So I'm just going to play Wall then. I believe it does count itself, so I believe it's 4, but I'm not really sure. But that's fine. Even if they want to kill this wall, they'll have to pump an extra time, and then we're likely to be able to kill with the bolt. Also, if we draw land, we're just going to play Watcher with Cover Up or Visit with Cover Up. So I don't really care about these small blockers. Again, the whole point from here is we're attempting to run them out of cards. They have 6 left in their deck. If they don't have any ways to reshuffle their library, I think we're 100% to win. But they could, and then it's still a game. And it could be a very good game. Okay, so now we have enough mana. I'm just going to go ahead and Deadly Visit the Shade, leaving Cover Up. That's the rest of our library. I think we'll take Centipede next turn before Enhanced Surveillancing. There's no reason to put this in the yard instead of having it on the bottom of our deck anyway. So that order looks good. Because we can always decide to draw the Notion Rain and then Surveillance, and then we have a Notion Rain to play afterwards. It's okay to draw to have no cards in your deck. You lose when you go to draw a card and have no cards, not when you go to no cards. Definitely not going to use Cover Up on that. I don't care about Second Pass Wall Adept at all. That's an easy discard. Four, 7, 9. So now we have enough to play Watcher and still have our Cover Up. So let's go ahead and do that. Just like I said, we're going to leave that on top, even if we're not going to cast it before we sack Surveillance. It's a good last draw anyway. Attacking would not be productive. Cover Up. My favorite tongue twister. That card doesn't do anything right now. All right, so now we have no cards in library, so we're going to sack Surveillance. Nothing to be afraid of. 22 cards in our graveyard that will get shuffled back in. The only question is, do we want to cast Centipede or Beacon Bolt first? If we cast the Beacon Bolt now, it gets exiled, so we won't get it back. But whatever we discard will go back in, which would be the Centipede for sure. Also, we could attack with Watcher first, I guess, because if they trade with the Predator, then we can shuffle the Watcher back in, so that's good. Other than that, though, we're going to be sacking Surveillance probably and then playing Notion Rain. I think we're way ahead in life, even though we're also winning the decking race, so we should attack with Watcher. Primarily because if they trade, we get to get it back into our library, and that's good for us to play it again. And we get the Predator off the board. Now there's like no reason I don't think to Beacon Bolt any of these. I think I'd rather have Beacon Bolt in my library. So I'm going to go ahead and play Centipede here. We still have Cover Up. No reason also to sack this yet. We can sack it on their turn. Because if they play a removal or something that we counter, we may get an extra Devious Cover-Up shuffled into our library. Of course, if they pass the turn, we have no choice. We have to sack it, or we would deck. So they pass the turn. Now we're going to sack Surveillance, of course, rather than lose the game. And we have infinite cards. We have 22. They currently have 1. So we can definitely afford to cast this Notion Rain. No concern of decking. These cards are not exciting, but they're still creatures. They're still bodies. And if somehow they play Enhanced Surveillance and shuffle their deck in, we're doing pretty well on board. So we do want to have stuff to play and try and overrun them. We have 7 mana, so that means we can afford to use Pass While Adept here once, I think, because then we still have Devious Cover-Up. And we have 1 creature of substantial power. So I'm going to go ahead and Pass While Adept it, attack. If you wanted to play Technically Perfect, you should attack first in case they have something that taps it in their hand. I'm pretty sure, again, we might kill them next turn in combat. We might deck them. They currently have no cards left in their library. So we're winning this game through damage and through decking. We can take our choice. That card does nothing. Oh, yeah, I should have sent the Drake, too. I kind of forgot. You can't count that as a punt, though. They have no cards in their deck. But I should have sent the Drake. Thank you. Hello, I'm Shadar. Really appreciate that subscription. Thank you for supporting my stream. Okay, and they have no cards in their deck. So as long as we have our Cover-Up, we're not really worried much else. I'm going to go ahead and Pass While Adept. We have 7, so we can Pass While Adept one more time. And then I'm going to try and present 5 damage to them right now, since they can't block the flyer or the 2 unblockable creatures. If they do something to live, I'm just going to let that resolve because they lose if they untap here. So, like, for example, I want to save this Cover-Up in case they somehow have ways to shuffle things back in. I do not need to deal them lethal right now. They have no cards in their library. But if I counter that and then they play a Cover-Up of their own, that's a lot worse for me. If I let that happen, I can just cover up their Cover-Up or something like that. I know that there's not really instant ways to do it. It's Devious Cover-Up and Enhanced Surveillance. But Devious Cover-Up is an instant. So if I go to Devious Cover-Up, their bounce spell there for the win, and they play their own Devious Cover-Up, then they could win. I understand it's highly unlikely they're holding Devious Cover-Up there, but you never know. How do you know they had it? They might have had it, but what makes you all say they had it? How did he show it? Oh, they discarded it? To what? Oh, to the Hypothesizal? I didn't even catch that. Yeah, so the way that game played, we just didn't want to give them the opportunity to counter our Devious Cover-Up at any point, basically. I don't know when they drew it or when they found it, but that was the most important thing going on. Okay, not a great hand, but we have 9 blue sources since we already have 3 lands. If we draw the Locket, we have a black 3-drop to play, and we're on the draw, so I'm not mulliganing this. Also, we have double Vapors. So when I have hands like this that could clearly, you could keep or mull, what I usually think about is how many good draws do I have? So right now, I would say I have like my early black drops. I don't know the exact count, but I know I have like a Hired Poisoner, a Whisper Snitch, a couple of those. I have 9 blue sources, and I have double vapors. So I have something like 14 good draws out of 33 cards, and I'm on the draw. That makes it a clear keep. Pretend I only had 8 good draws, like only 8 blue sources, and I didn't have early black drops. I'd be a lot more inclined to mulligan, because there'd only be 8 cards per turn I'm happy to draw instead of like 14. So that's how I think about these like borderline type hands. I think, how many good draws do I have? Thank you, Dark Rage 14. Appreciate that subscription. Okay, so all we're deciding now is what to play. They've got 3 creatures out to our none, so we're probably not looking to play Notion Rain before creatures. Passwell Adept is actually considerably more effective on this board than Spinal Centipede is, but it doesn't use our mana as well. Next turn, we're going to use 4 mana on Muse Drake. The turn after that, we have 5, which is like Notion Rain in a 2-drop, not Notion Rain in a 3-drop. But we could always just leave Cover Up and Notion Rain later, and we're kind of have our back to the wall anyway. So I think we'd rather play the better blocker in this case, even though it doesn't use all of our mana. You really want to use all your mana unlimited if you can, but in this exact case, we mapped out the next couple turns, and I'm not really worried about it. Our next turn is going to be Muse Drake, which means we're going to get a new card for our turn, a new card off Muse Drake, a new card for the turn after that. And then if we don't find any cards that cost 2 or less, we can just sit on Cover Up for a turn. Okay, and we're kind of immediately rewarded, because if we had, immediately punished, sorry, because if we had played the Centipede, we could now go lock it into Passwell Adept. Now we can't really play lock it and use it this turn, but we can still play Muse Drake, and then next turn we have the ability to play lock it into Centipede if we want to. Yeah, the opponent could counter one of their own spells to prevent decking, but they couldn't counter their bounce spell because they would have took 5 and died. If I had played something pre-combat, they could have countered it. But if they countered their own bounce spell, they could shuffle 4 in, but then they would literally take 5 and die. Okay, so now they have a 4/4 that we need to deal with sooner or later, but not right now. We can double block it profitably with a 1/3 and a 3/2 that gives us a counter on something, and they only kill one of our creatures, but they'll get 2 2/2s. Those 2/2s can be double blocked by 2 1/3s, though. So really, we're not in that bad a shape, no matter what. I think what we want to do here is this turn, go ahead and put out the Locket and the Centipede, so we get our extra mana in play. I'm not planning to block the Cavalier right now, because I can't play a counterspell because I'm tapped out. I'll take my 4. Next turn, I'll be able to leave up Devious Cover Up. Then I can double block, and if they have a trick, I'll be able to use the Cover Up. I don't know if they had 11 mana or not. They'd have to play the bounce spell, the Hypothesis will end the Cover Up. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I really don't know. They could have also drawn the Cover Up off the Hypothesis, or possibly. I mean, who knows? But either way, it would be wrong for me to go for Cover Up or play a spell there. So we still have a good double block potentially, but I'm not going to do it this turn, because if they have a trick, they could kill both our creatures, theirs will live, and we'll lose this game. If we untap, we can Notion Rain for more cards, then we can still leave up Devious Cover Up for next turn. Because remember, this isn't an ordinary 4/4. If we kill this, they get 2 2/2s. So we're not actually making the board any better for us. So I don't really see a reason to do it yet. Let's try and develop our board a little bit first. Well, we don't need any more lands, as we're pretty flooded. Okay, so for this turn, I'm going to leave Cover Up. This is going to be a little rough. We're going to take a bunch of damage. Next turn, we have Whispering Snitch. Hopefully, we'll find something else. This game is definitely not going super well just because of how flooded we are. It's kind of unfortunate. Let's see. So if we do Centipede and then we eat a 1/1, we're taking 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. It's a lot of damage, but this will become a 2/4, which is a better blocker. I think this has to be our best blocks. Yeah, I can't really imagine doing anything but that here. So the only way I don't counter that is if we have to draw Vapors to live anyway. Assume we draw a Surveil card, we'll be at 3, and we'll have like 3 blockers, and we can take 2 and live. So we're definitely going to counter that. Muse Drake looks like a pretty good draw. I don't think we want to draw Notion Rain, so shuffle in just Muse Drake. Hopefully we draw something decent here. That's decent. It's not amazing because we can't kill Cavalier with it because they'll just get 2 2/2s and kill us, but it does keep us alive. I guess probably better to kill the one with Vigilance. They may have Convoke cards to play post-combat. And again, we're super flooded, but we'll definitely top Muse Drake. So now our back is absolutely to the wall. We can't beat anything else. If they have nothing, though, I don't think we're dead necessarily. If we eat the 2/2, chump the 4/4, they're left with 3 creatures and we're at 1. We have Muse Drake, and it just comes down to what our next card is. Losing Whispering Snitch is really bad, but our only other option would be Whispering Snitch on the 2/2, pass while it chump the Cavalier, and we can't possibly do that. So back is to the wall, but if they don't add anything to the board, we're still in it. Okay, so let's see what we find off this Drake. Hopefully it's basically any spell we can cast. It is not, so now we lose if they attack with everything. Oh, really good game. Just 1 point more than necessary there. If we had 1 more life, we might win that game. Who knows? Because we could have cracked Locket. I could have tapped differently, I assumed, to be able to crack Locket. I knew when that turn I had to draw a spell to play, so I left the Locket untapped and various mana to be able to cast a red spell. But if we had another point of life, they would only be able to attack with like the Cavalier profitably. We could chump, draw a couple more cards, and possibly stabilize. I will be doing only GRN tonight. I started a little late, so I'll probably stay on a little past 10, but I'm pretty worn. I played the MPL split this week. I played yesterday and today. For anybody who, my schedule has been, I know I always say this, and I can't wait for my schedule to settle and me to just be like a full-time streamer who occasionally plays a Magic tournament in person. But my past week has been travel to the MC in Richmond, play that. It ended on Saturday for me, Sunday as a whole, but I made day 2. I didn't make top 8. Come home, play my MPL split, my Throne of Eldraine split on Tuesday and Wednesday today. That finished earlier today, and here we are streaming. So not going to make it like a late night or anything. I won't get off at 10 sharp. I know I started a little late, but just going to probably finish this draft, do 1 more, finish that one, and call it a night. I'll be right back tomorrow as well, though. Today I went 1-1. I played 5 matches yesterday and 2 matches today. I finished 3 and 4. You need 4 and 3 to make top 4, so I missed by a match. Okay, so the opponents are representing a counterspell. I don't really want to play Watcher here and have them counter it, then play like their own Watcher. So I think for now I'll just trade 1 for 3 since I know I have land drops to make. Even though this isn't a great exchange for me because it's a race I'm losing, my deck's good in the late game. I can take some damage against like a blue-black-green deck and make my land drops, see what I draw, figure things out. I agree, German Gary. Once they get pod drafting on Arena, I mean, the MPL splits, if they don't change them, are 8-person divisions. So it's perfect for doing a draft of the current format and playing Standard. So they could certainly incorporate Draft. They would just have to have pods. Okay, well, I'd counter a lot of things, but not a 1-2. Nor a 1-1. Oops. But we'll discard a land that we don't need. Now we can just slap down Watcher since they're tapped. Again, we don't need lands, but I do have a good 2-drop and cover-up, so it's a close call. In this case, though, I don't think I want the land. I can always go Snitch and Centipede or Snitch and Vapors, so I'm just going to ship the land. Wow, that's a really good play for them. Their 4/4 eats my 3/4 flyer, and the game's not looking great. I'm not out of it by any means yet. I have an 0/5, which can stop a 4-power creature, but that was probably like the best play they could have against me this turn. They just took out my 3/4 flyer and added a 4/4 to the board. So now we have to put out the 0/5 over Whispering Snitch because we need to be able to block that 4/4. And then with our remaining 3 mana, we're going to slap down Centipede. So in general, when you have these kind of control decks, what you're looking to establish is an even board where you can start leaving up your counters because you generally have a better late game than them. So if you can establish parity and you don't need to cast things, then you're usually in a really good position. As you can see, my back is to the wall right now, so they're just, playing removal, playing things each turn. They're trying to get a game where I'm never in a position where it's an even game and I can start using my card drawing and counters to take over. So let's see, that went pretty bad. I'm not dead on board, of course, but the 0/5 blocks the 4/4. The 1/3 is going to have to chump the 3/2, and I'm going to go to 1. That's pretty bad for me, but I have to do it. I think I want to play Vapors to try and dig. They did just play 2 removal spells. Hopefully they're out of gas. So I'm going to 3 right now. Can I draw this Notion Rain? If I block 0/5 on 4/4, Snitch on Centipede, and go to 2, I cannot cast Notion Rain at 2 or I will die. So we have to ship both of these. Not ideal. So 0/5 should block 4/4, 1/3 on 3/2. There's no real choices. I can't let either of these 2 creatures through. Whispering Snitch is going to die no matter which one it blocks. Wall's going to live no matter which one it blocks. I guess actually that means I should do this in case they have something that gives +1. So actually this is probably the correct block. But either way, it's really bad for me. And unless they play something, Wall of Mist lives and Snitch dies. It's not really any help. I mean, I guess I'm not dead, and since I have cover up 2, I'll go ahead and play one more turn. I don't think I have many draws to bail me out next turn. This turn, if I drew a removal spell for the Indrik, then I would take 1 and go to 1, and then if I drew a spell next turn, like anything, I could be stable. Well, we have to counter anything or we're dead on board, so no decision there. But now I'm going to have to chump, and I'm going to go to 1, so I have to draw something that effectively stops 2 cards. And I don't know, since I don't have enough life to cast Notion Rain, I don't know if that's even possible. Like, I can't draw Watcher next turn or I'm dead. I can't draw any of these next turn or I'm dead. So I'm going to shuffle in none of them. think I'm basically just dead. I was still okay after the Indrik, but when they played the Severed Strands and Aether Takedown, then the game was over. Yeah, Muse Drake into a 2-drop. That's the best we could do, I think. These kind of blue-black grindy decks with like Burglar Rats and Wall of Mist and stuff, and Dimir Informants, they really want the card Severed Strands. That life gain is huge for turning these kind of games and stabilizing. I never really saw one. I would have taken one pretty aggressively. I mentioned the card a couple times during the draft portion. The PT, I went 9 wins, 6 losses, and 1 draw, which is like a fine record, but you know, all the glory and points and money is at the top. So it got me 5 mythic points and a couple $100 extra compared to like just for showing up. But it's just that 9-6-1. Okay, so let's see. Burglar Rat. Nothing else to do. I drew, and I do not get a lot of draws. I'm a very fast player, but this tournament like set records for draws. The Oko mirrors, everybody gains so much life. The games take forever. Like everybody was getting draws left and right. I'm looking likely to be a rival next year. I'm currently in 28th out of 32, top 20, get another MPL contract. It's a little better than that because I think the points don't include, that was after last weekend, but it doesn't include my split. So 24 of the 32 people had earned their points, and I just got 6 more mythic points from my 3 wins in my split. But that said, I need a great finish in MC7. It's really impossible to calculate because you're competing against very few people. So it's not like X points gets you there. It really depends on how everybody else does too. But I think the long and the short of it is, if I like make like the finals in MC7, I'll probably get another MPL contract. If I do not, I'll probably be a rival starting next year. I played Bant Food Oko. All right, so I'm going to drop shields here because we're going to use all our mana this turn. It's just too efficient. We go lock it into Notion Rain, see what we dig up. Next turn, if we have 3 blue, we can already play the Adept and leave cover up, and we'll probably find land sooner or later. So I'm going to ship that land. I believe that Oko is too good for Standard. I believe it's a modern card. I believe the biggest problem in Standard is Veil of Summer, because in Control is how you beat a grindy Planeswalker with 1,000,000 loyalty, and Control is basically unplayable because of Veil of Summer. I do believe Once Upon a Time is probably also a modern card in terms of power level. But if I could ban any 1 card, it would be Veil of Summer. Any 2 cards, it would be Veil and Oko. Any 3 cards, it would be Veil, Oko, and Goose. Any 4 cards, it would be Veil, Oko, Goose, and Once Upon a Time, in that order, I think. So are we stable? If we're stable, I'll just pass the turn. I guess we're just taking 1. That's pretty much stable. Taking 1 a turn at 16 is basically the same as being stable. I do not believe Nissa is a problem. Nissa is a powerful Standard card, but it costs 5 mana. It can just be countered if Veil of Summer doesn't exist. Oko is a problem because it comes out on turn 2. It comes out before people can play stuff. If you were to ban Veil of Summer, I think Nissa would be a powerful but healthy Standard card. I do not believe Nissa is a problem. It's okay for there to be good cards that cost 5 mana. The problem is when you can't even counter those. All right, so speaking of counters, let's go ahead and cover that up. We've got plenty of life. We're not under that much pressure, so I'll happily shuffle a Notion Rain back in. It's supposed to pop up when anyone subscribes and tell me, but don't know what to tell you. Okay, so we have 5, 6, 7 mana, so we're only 1 land away. This is land 8. So we're 1 land away from playing Watcher and leaving Cover up, and we're only facing 1 point of pressure a turn, so I'm not going to play the Watcher yet. Now counting the Locket, we have 8 mana. So if we draw a land, we can play Watcher and leave our counter up, and if they play some bomb rare, we'll counter it. If they play some little creature, we don't need to counter it. If they do nothing, we just take our turn, take our 1 damage on tap and draw. And then if we draw a spell that costs 4 or less, we can play it. If we draw a land, we can play Watcher. I do not believe that qualifies as a spell we need to counter from this position. We don't need our Passwell Adept at all. All right, so that's one of our weakest draws in the sense that it's not something that impacts the board right now, and it's not a land, because if we drew a land, we can cast Watcher and still leave up our counter. That said, we're still not really under significant pressure, so we will just cast Surveillance, and we'll do the same thing next turn. If we draw a land, we can play Watcher and have cover up. If we draw a spell that costs 4 or less, we can cast that. When we're under this little pressure, there's just no reason to drop shields. Even if they attack with everything, now that the Passwell Adept's gone, we just put Spinal Centipede in front of Harpooner and take 3. We're down to 11. The 1/1 counter goes on the Rat, which means the Rat can stop this 2/2 next turn. So we're still just taking 1 a turn. All we have to do is take 3 this 1 turn, and then we're back to taking 1 a turn on board. And we have double Vapors, double Watcher, Muse Drake. Stopping a Healer's Hawk is not a problem for this deck. Just like how we beat that double Nightveil Predator because we have Watchers and stuff of our own, this is not a deck that's particularly vulnerable to flyers. I do think a 4/4 is good enough to counter, though, right now. I'm going to shuffle in the counter because I kind of have to. I don't really need these little creatures. My best draws right now are card drawing, counters, or if I draw a land, that's never like horrible, but I don't need it anymore. So now we don't have a counter, so we can't leave up a counter. So we might as well start with a Watcher, see what we go ahead and find. Again, we don't need any more lands. I see no reason to draw like a 1/3. Notion Rain looks good. So now we're on an even board, so if they don't play anything incredibly powerful, we're looking really good. That doesn't really help them because Watcher would just eat it if it attacks. So now we're going to get to look at a million cards. We only have 2 red cards in the whole deck, and they both cost single red. So we definitely don't want 2 red mana untapped instead of 1. Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think we want cover up and command right now. Then we can just have our counterspell up again. And then let's see, do we have enough mana to play Watcher and or command and cover up next turn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, so we need 1 more land. So I'm going to go ahead and put them like this. Now we're in a position. We have our 8 lands in play. So if they play a good creature, we can command it. If they play some bomb rare or something that would break the stalemate, we can counter it. If not, we'll play land 9 next turn. And then the turn after that, we have enough mana to play Watcher and have cover up available. So that means we can start attacking with this Watcher. Right now, this Watcher's stopping these 3 creatures from attacking. I don't care about that. Even though I may need to counter what they hit off it, I may not. And a 2/1 just does nothing in play. I even have double Vapors in this library, so this is not worth countering. Maybe they'll hit some rink-a-dink little creature or nothing. Maybe they'll hit something good, and then we can just counter that. And even Siege Worm, I'm still glad I didn't counter this Woodshaper, because we'll just command the Siege Worm. And we can preserve our counterspell for some bomb rare or some stalemate breaker. We're in complete control of this game, so we want to be very judicious with this counterspell. And again, if this was a 5/6, I would counter it, but we already are holding a removal spell that can take it out. Now, if we attack with Watcher right now, they'll just block with their wall, so that won't actually accomplish anything. So just cast this Watcher. We still have 4 available for the counter. See what we find. Again, we don't need any more lands, but I'm pretty happy to draw Beacon Bolt and Notion Rain. I think this is the correct order, though. because I don't have enough mana to play Beacon Bolt, Notion Rain, and Cover Up in one turn. So I'll use the removal spell, leave my counter up, and then I can always play the card drawing with my counter up the following turn. I'd like to kill this wall so I can start attacking for 3, but that's not really doable right now. So I think we can kill Rock Charger or nothing, basically. I think Rock Charger's scary enough to kill. And we're almost through our deck, so. Plus, Beacon Bolt doesn't just kill giant creatures anyway. I could get one more spell in the yard next turn with Notion Rain to take out this if it didn't gain Indestructible. But it's not like I can kill some 6/6 with Beacon Bolt right now. So I'm happy enough to kill a pretty scary 1/3 flyer that can jump the rest of their creatures. All right, we got plenty of mana, so we probably want to sack the Locket soon. I think for now, though, we'll just Notion Rain, see what we find. And now we have 6 mana, so we can play the Snitch, and we still have our Cover Up. I love saying that. How many times tonight do you think I've already said and will say Cover Up by the end of the night? Even though we're like in a commanding position in this game, we still can't really attack profitably. This 0/4 has reach, it would block one of these. If we send both, we deal 3, but they hit back for 1 and gain 1. We're way up in cards, and we have a better deck most likely for the late game with Surveillance and all this draw, but they're up in life totals. So we don't really want to trade where we deal them 2 and they deal us back 1. So Vapors, though, that's the card we wanted to blow this open. Now we can kill the Hawk and the Woodshaper. That said, I still don't even know if we want to do it yet. If they ever don't have enough mana to give this Indestructible, we'll be able to kill that too with Vapors, because it's going to block a Watcher. Also, we have another Vapors in our deck, so if we just wait, we can kill like 2 toughness creatures as well. Plus, Celestia has a lot of 1 toughness creatures, so they may simply just draw 1 and play 1. So I'm in no hurry to do anything. So for right now, I'm just going to play Muse Drake and see what we draw next. We only have 8 cards left in our deck, but remember, we have Enhanced Surveillance, so we can shuffle the whole library back in, and that's assuming we don't use cover-ups. We also have the Snitch, so we're going to be gaining life from here on out whenever we play Surveil cards. We're basically in an extremely comfortable position. End of their turn now, we can sack this Locket. I don't really have to worry about anything instant speed. The only super powerful broken card green-white has that's an instant is March of the Multitudes. They would make 1,000,000 1/1s, but then they would all die to Vapors. So I would actually be ecstatic if they marched for 100 right now. So end of their turn, I'm going to go ahead and sack, draw some more cards. So now we can start attacking with the Watchers for sure. Because they can block 1, but we have the Drake to stop the Healer's Hawk. I didn't do it last turn because I was going to draw 2 more cards end of turn with Locket. I know I had Cover Up, but we're just in such a good position, but we're only at 7 life, so there's no reason to take any risks, really. But now, of course, we have Vapors, we have Informant, we have everything going on. We have 5, 8, 9 mana, so we can't do all 3 of these this turn. So I think, again, we can always wait on Vapors. It can only get better. So I do want pretty much all of these spells before Surveillancing. I want the removal first. So I think I'm just going to draw the Vapors next turn. This way, if they play like a 2/2 or 1/1s or whatever, I have the Vapors available. Other than that, I think I'm still actually going to just chill for now. I know I'm playing this game really cautiously, but we're just in a great position, frankly. And getting in a couple of points of damage doesn't really change anything with them at 24. Yep, so again, I'm just chilling. I could be playing my cards, attacking and dealing a few points of damage, but honestly, they have like 15 cards left in their deck. We can shuffle everything back in. We're holding cover up against a green-white deck. I'm just not really worried. Now, there's a card I will counter. That would have drawn them 5 cards and pumped their team. We're going to shuffle back in our cover up, of course. Notion Rain. We even have the Whisper Snitch out. No reason not to shuffle in a draw 2. And a command. And thankfully, since this isn't standard, they can't have Veil of Summer here. Nothing to do on a turn, right? Okay, so if one of these was an instant, we could actually kill this now. Sadly, they have exactly 5 up, so we cannot. Again, I still feel like we're more likely to deck them than we are to necessarily kill them with damage, potentially. They've played, what, 5, 9, 12. They still have a lot of spells left. Not really 100% what I want to do. Deckmaster's on. I still haven't installed Cardboard Live. I know I need to get to that. We could Vapors to kill the Hawks. It's just the Hawks aren't doing anything right now. So, like, why not wait and Vapors more things? Like, the opponent conceding kind of communicates exactly why I was sitting around waiting on my Vapors for more value. Because we're not under any pressure. We're looking so good on board. And we had like a 7-card library with like that was just loaded. It was like Notion Rain and Cover Up and Deadly Visit. Well, not that because we just drew it, but it was just loaded. So there was just not really much reason to do anything at that point. I was thinking about casting a Vapors now because that means I would have surveilled forward and then I would have been able to put Cover Up on top again. But that was what I was thinking about when the opponent conceded that I was about to start explaining. Okay, so we're on the play. We don't have a blue source. So this game, we can't cast Locket. We have 1 less draw because we're on the play. This is a mulligan. Well, same hand on 6 cards, 6 cards basically. We don't go to 5. On the bright side, we have a bunch of cheap black cards to cast this time at least. We'll ship our double blue card that we're nowhere near casting. Even though Poisoner dies to Vapors, we don't have land 3. We don't know what they're playing. I don't want to miss a bunch of damage. I can probably trade this off at least with a 2/2 or something. So I'm going to put it out there, even though we have the card Vapors in hand. I'm going to play the wall over the Rats, though, because the Rats is not as easy to trade off profitably once in play. And now that we saw they played a green-white duel, there's a decent chance that they're going to have a bunch of small creatures, because that's a lot of what Celestia does. So I'll sandbag the Rat. Maybe we'll get a good last card out of their hand later, or we'll just play it after the Vapors so that we'll have an extra creature in play. I'll put the Poisoner out because I expect to trade that off with things, and I don't know if their deck's going to be a 1-toughness creature deck or not. I think the London Mulligan is one of the best things to ever happen to Limited. I think it is normally very positive for Standard. Right now, there's a Modern deck in Standard. Like, Once Upon a Time, Gilded Goose, Oko, like, these are all basically modern power level cards. So I think the London Mulligan is kind of bad at the moment in Standard, but I think getting rid of it because of this broken Standard would be a huge mistake. All right, so we can put Poisoner in front of Unicorn, so we don't need Crab back. We're not going to Vapors away just a Hunted Witness, of course. But given we are holding Vapors, we actually want to trade Poisoner for something like Unicorn should we get the opportunity. Hey, what's up, Legend? How you doing? Been a while. Dawn of Hope is really good. I think I can beat it. Given this deck has double Vapors, Enhanced Surveillance, double Cover Up, I feel like I can beat it, but we're going to have a game, that's for sure. Okay, so if I attack again with the Crab and they take it again, they're going to get to attack with these 1/1 Lifelinkers, and I won't have anything to block and eat them. So for now, I just have to pass the turn. Thanks, Crab Cake. Okay, so flip that. Now we have a 1/3. That can block and eat the 1/1s. I'm not really worried if they send the Unicorn because I'll block it with Poisoner, which is something I really want to happen because I have Vapors in hand. So now I'm going to go ahead and send the Crab again. So for anybody who doesn't understand what happened, I couldn't send it last turn because they'd attack with this 1/1 lifelink. I'd block it with Wall of Mist, and then they'd gain 1 and draw a card because of Dawn of Hope. They could pay 2 and draw a card. If I have a 1/3 out, then I can always put the 1/3. I don't even know what's going on at the moment. I guess they're going to play like a pump spell or something. I wasn't worried about them group blocking because if I trade Wishcoin Crab for Unicorn, I'm pretty happy. I guess they felt like, you know, they need to get through my high toughness creatures, so they made that triple block and used the blow. It's not really an unreasonable play by them. I don't know if it's optimal or not. There's just no way for me to say. But yeah, we're not figuring we're going to kill them. We'll take damage if it's free, but even though it's this early in the game, against Dawn of Hope and a green-white-black deck, I'm basically expecting to deck them. They can't really stop me from covering up and enhanced surveillancing and looping all my stuff. So I'm just going to try and deal with everything they play, basically, and deck them. That's the primary plan. I also have to use the bathroom pretty badly, so I'm going to draw my next card and then pass to them, and we'll get a little sweat. Hopefully I won't time out. I don't know, like one more draft maybe. Oh, there's the rope. Just in the nick of time. Always a good throw. Always a good sweat. I didn't wash before you asked. But I did just number 1, obviously. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see what our blocks look like. So I want to kill this Unicorn way more than I want to kill the Peacemaker. So we're definitely going to put the Poisoner on the Unicorn. Wall of Mist can still block this even though it's grown. 1/3 on a 2/2. These are pretty straightforward blocks. Oh yeah, we're still in the draft mode. I didn't switch it back to in-game. Good call. Although I'm usually I'm disappointed. Usually my chat is better than that. Y'all let me get into this many games without telling me to switch the scene. So hopefully we'll draw a red mana. If we do, we can then take out the Unicorn. If not, and if I don't draw removal, I may have to double Vapors if I draw a land and get rid of that Unicorn, because right now they have pretty profitable attacks on this board. So we'll see what we draw. Well, I guess if I play the Rat, I can double block Unicorn potentially, and then next turn I have the double Vapors to wipe their board, or the Command the Storm. I'm not going to Vapors, I don't think. If I Vapors for 1 here, I wipe 4 1/1s, but I don't get the Unicorn. I mean, I can definitely take 1 big attack here. I'm still at 22, and I think the Rat gives me enough of a cushion. So this is a little bit greedy, but unless they do something like Camaraderie, given they're drawing all these extra cards with Dawn of Hope and I need to deck them, I have to be greedy. And then we'll see if they have more pump or anything else. Even if they do, it's not really that big of a concern. If they don't have anything, we double block. Oh, we can't. What am I saying? The Unicorn pumps itself. That doesn't work. What am I even saying? Losing my mind. But 0-5 on 4-4, 1-3 on 2-2. I guess I'll just chump. Kind of telegraphs that I have something. But whatever. But yeah, I still like having double Vapors kill Unicorn. It won't kill Pass Wall Adept or Wall of Mist. The wall stops the Peacemaker. Plus, maybe they'll play more 2 toughness creatures this turn. The only question was whether it was right to play Rat or I should have just held Rat. It may have been, it was definitely right to not Vapors last turn, which was the key big decision there. It may have been right to hold Rat, since Rat wasn't a productive blocker on this board. Okay, so if we're going to play our Vapors, then Pass Wall Adept's got to attack first, and we don't need it back to block anything, even if they have infinite life. Those are both really good cards to draw. Given we already have Command the Storm for next turn to kill a big creature if they play it, I'll go ahead and draw the Surveillance first. Then after that, I can Deadly Visit and Surveil 4. And of course, we know we're going to have Vapors, but we're leaving the same cards on top in the same order because, well, nothing has changed. It's a pretty nice draw. It gets them another chunk of damage. Can't really chump block because then I wouldn't have a blocker for it next turn. I'm going to command away this Worm. Wall their tap now. But getting low is a potential problem because they can swarm me. But given we have Surveil 4, I don't expect to ever completely run out of cards. So hopefully I'm able to dig up like Snitch. Well, I wasn't going to chump block, but now I probably will. I do kind of need the 1-3 to stop all the 1-1s, but I can also just find another 1-3 or something. And I think I need the 6 life more, because if I get low, they can potentially swarm me to death. So I think it's right to chump there. Now we can Deadly Visit, Surveil 4, hopefully find some business, which that definitely qualifies as. Even though Watcher's the more powerful card, I think I actually want the Snitch first. They're equivalent at blocking 1-1s. Hopefully they don't play anything giant here. But, I mean, they know I topped cards, so yuck. And, I mean, Watcher doesn't stop that anyway. We definitely have a game. I did not think this was going to be this good of a game. Dawn is very good, yes. This is a Windmill Slam first pick, potentially. Absolutely true. Yeah, that Peacemaker, I mean, they have to play it, but I'm pretty happy that we each just gained 4. That's definitely better for me than it is for them. All right, so we're going to have to lose the Snitch here on the 7/7, but hopefully we can find something to deal with Lurcher. Definitely don't want those lands. I don't think I can draw either of those cards. They don't deal with a 7/7. I don't have a ton of great ways to kill it. I mean, I have Hired Poisoner. Did I trade that off earlier? Yeah. I have Deadly Visit, which I already used. I might need to actually crack the Surveillance now that I didn't find anything. So, which of these creatures do we want to live? It's pretty rough. I was hoping the Surveil 4 would give me at least something decent, not a counter when we're behind. A 1, 3, and 2 lands. I don't know if Beacon kills it or not. 1, 2. That's a good thing to be thinking about. 5. No, we got like 5 spells in the yard. I don't really have many 4 power blockers. I can't go to 1. No, I can't go to 1, I don't think. I think it's Snitch, Chumping, and Watcher staying around. I can always get the Snitch again later, potentially. I need to draw like a Notion Rain or something and get going. I have 2 Notion Rains in this deck, and it's only a 15-card library. And then if I play that, I can hopefully find multiple things, because I'll get the Surveil 4 and draw 2. So 2 of my 15 cards are Notion Rains, which would be a good draw, I think. Other than that, I'm not really sure that I have much. That's another problem to deal with. All right, well, we're dead. This deck was quite good, so that was a pretty disappointing 2-3. The first deck was not like super good, so I wasn't really disappointed to do 2-3 with it. But this deck, I would expect to do better than this on average. So we're going to do one more draft and then play it all the way through, but this is going to be the last one of the night. We're sticking with guilds for tonight, but I will ask people what they want tomorrow. It could be Throne or guilds. I'm open to either. After this draft, though, I'm going to do something I'm going to start doing at the end of nights, which is I have to show some ads, so I'm going to show some ads, and I'm going to hang around and chat. So if anybody has questions about the limited format, pick one, pack ones, random strategy, stick around after this draft is complete. Not the portion. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the draft portion. Then I'm going to play all 7 games if I can or whatever. I'm going to play the whole draft all the way through. Then after that ends, I'm going to hang around for some ads and some chats. So stick around through the end of this draft, and then if you want to talk to me and hang out and see some ads, stay, and if not, then I'm done. Okay, so let's switch to the draft view, which we did. Toggle this so that the cursor will work. Okay, Fireman's Research, not good. Even in blue-red spells, this card is just super slow. It's just not a good card. City Watch Sphinx is good. It's a slow format. If you trade this off, the Surveil 2 in the late game is really powerful. Lands are usually pretty much dead draws in the late game, so you know what you're looking for. This is a pretty solid 6-drop. Just as a little bit of strategy in general, the more powerful a card is, like 6, 7 drops, 5 drops, you'd rather them draw cards when they come into play or like leave play or scry or surveil or things like that, then you would have them be a little bit bigger, because ultimately I'm probably going to win the game if my opponent can't kill City Watch Sphinx. So I would rather get stuff if they can kill it than have it be like, let's say this card was like a 7/7 flyer instead of a 5/4 Surveil 2. It dies to Capture Sphere or Deadly Visit all the same, or any removal spell, except the ones that kill a 4 toughness creature and not a 7. So in general, you'd rather have like a comes into play ability or a leaves play ability. So cards like this are often pretty strong. Okay, Necrotic Wound is fine removal for black-green. It's a little dicey in black-blue. You don't usually have that many creatures. These commons are not great. This is just an easy City Watch Sphinx. This is not like an amazing uncommon. It's a close pick with like either Takedown, Hypothesis, or like the good removal. But this card is a lot better than like the best common in this pack, which is probably like Vapors, Cyclops. I don't know. The commons in this pack suck. And this rare is not good. This is just an easy City Watch Sphinx. So Vraska is quite good. I don't think it's like super broken. It can definitely win a game, but it can also be attacked out pretty easily if you're behind. But it is a strong card. It is a first pick. I would call it like an A+, not like an S+ or anything like that. But it's also splashable. It's single black and single green, so it's very easy to play. And yeah, it's a first pick quality card. I mean, if they took, there's an uncommon missing. If they took Murmuring Mystic, I think that's fine. I think Vraska and Murmuring Mystic are pretty close. There aren't too many other uncommons that I would consider over it. Okay, well, if they want to ship us black-green, we can always splash or drop City Watch Sphinx. It's not that big of a deal. But we have a black-green mythic. We're going to take the black-green gold uncommon. This card isn't splashable, but City Watch is. Find Broker is really good. This is a 4-mana, 3/4, better Gravedigger. It doesn't get back removal. It's return a permanent, but it does get back like Dead Weights or Vraska, for that matter. So clearly it looks like we're seeing Golgari. But Molder Hulk is fine, but it's not impressive. When you draft Golgari, you try and find ways to mill yourself and surveil, but there isn't a lot of it in black-green. If you get a couple lands in the yard, this is a pretty good card. But if you have to cast this and not get back a land, even if your Undergrowth is like 3, you're just playing a 6-mana 6/6 no ability. Now, if your Undergrowth is 4 and you get back a land, that's a really strong card. So as a whole, this card can get very good, but it's not a great card in general. Golgari Raiders is totally unplayable. This is one of the biggest misses in the whole set. This should be a good Golgari uncommon, but this is like the common Rhizome Lurcher, but you're trading 2/2 for haste. This deck, black-green, is not that aggressive. Haste is not that important. And you need a lot of creatures in your yard for this to be a good card. A 4-mana 2/2 haste is a very bad card. A 4-mana 3/3 haste is like an okay playable. So this is just a very poor design for limited, in my opinion. They probably made it this way because they were scared of constructed, you know, self-mill and things like that. But I just really hate the design of this card. Trooper's another one that just feels like a miss. This card is just not good enough. Should just be like a 3-mana 2/3 maybe in the exact same card. Burglar Rat is always good in these decks, though. You can take a card out of their hand and then just chump block with it, and you get a creature in the graveyard for Undergrowth. You can also sack. You could also sack it to Vraska and draw a card. They've already discarded. It's a nice little body. So this is a pick between like Route if we want to prioritize expensive stuff, and it can get us our blue for City Watch Sphinx. Molder Hulk if we feel like we can enable it, or like Rat because it's just like a cheap, good creature for Golgari. I would take Vraska over Indrik. I don't think it's egregious to take Indrik, but I do think it would be wrong. Partially because it's just 6 mana for Indrik. So you'd much rather have a 4-mana really good card than a 6-mana one, because you don't draw 6 lands every game of Limited, but if you didn't draw 4 lands, you're not going to win. Dowser's okay. The card is a little bit underrated. Its stats are fine in this format, but certainly we're not taking it over like Burglar Rat, Route, or Hulk here. No, because Worm is fine to play like 1 or 2 of in your Golgari decks, but it costs 6. So I'd rather take these later in the draft. I don't want to end up with too many expensive cards. I think, honestly, I'm just going to take Burglar Rat. Burglar Rat works really well with Vraska, reasonably well with Golgari, Find Broker, and it's just good in these decks in general. It's like a body for Severed Strands. You get your value making them discard when it comes into play, and then you can chump block with it, which enables Undergrowth. I think Rat is just a pretty solid creature in most of the Golgari decks. Gorgon over nothing. Vapors by miles here. Regardless of whether you're black-green or black-blue, you still need Vapors to stop those Boros aggro decks and the Celestia decks. So now we can grab a Worm. As I said, Raiders is completely and totally unplayable. Dowser and Worm are both fine. Worm's a little better. I don't think we need Vapors number 3. So now we have to choose between Dissonant and Vine. Both draft decks so far went 2 and 3. I think Worm is a little better than Dowser. I mean, you don't want to let your curve get too out of control. So if I face the same pick, I might take Dowser. Yeah, Forgers is decent too in these decks. We do have double Vapors with Surveil. Rat goes to the yard pretty easily. Vraska does put things in the yard. I think Dissonant is still the pick though, right? Dissonant's just a good 2-drop. Here's another miss. Whereas this card is good with like the 1/4s and stuff like that, it's not great in these decks. Burglar Rat, you can fight with it. That's cool. Your rat dies, you kill their creature. You're happy about that. But Dissident, you don't want to trade Dissident and Uprising for 1 creature. Gorgon, you're trading Gorgon and Uprising for 1 creature. This card is just not very good. Whereas Sundew, I kind of like in these kind of decks, especially if you get Portcullis Vines, so you can cycle them away when you don't need them. These cards don't matter. This card is just really bad. Like, so I'm going to take second Worm. I've hit about my quota on Worms, but I don't think the other cards are playable, really. Okay, Plague Crafter is good in these decks. You try and play stuff like Burglar Rats, and then you have something to sack to it. Plus, you want creatures in the yard for Undergrowth. I'd rather have a Deadly Visit, but out of this pack, this is a really easy Plague Crafter. The second best card for us out of this pack is like, I don't even know, a Prey Upon. I mean, there's nothing good. So, again, we're not really getting the cards we want, but we're getting fine cards. Whispering Agent is a good card in this deck. It's better in this deck than in blue-black because it helps you fill your graveyard for black-green's keyword, Undergrowth. I don't have a lot of Undergrowth yet, but we still have the rest of the draft to pick up Lurchers and Necrotic Wounds. It's this ability, Undergrowth, which is basically card does X, where X is the number of creatures in your graveyard. And there's a lot of Golgari cards with it. So Agent is a nice fit into this deck. District Guide is just a nice fit into any deck. This could allow us to splash that City Watch Sphinx now, because now we can play 1 island and have 2 sources for it, potentially. So that's always a nice pickup. Plus, it's a 3-mana 2/2 creature that also gives you a resource, a land. Easy Severed Strands here. I love a Severed Strands or 2 in these kind of decks. So these cards like Beetle are fine because you can pump something else and then you can sack the 1/1 to your Severed Strands or your Vraska. That said, we have a City Watch Sphinx, which is a really nice splash into this deck. So I'm going to pick up a Dimir Guildgate. Since we already have a District Guide, we can now play 1 island and have 3 blue sources for Sphinx. Plus, Aether Takedown is a blue, a black, and 2, and a really good removal spell that we'd be super happy to splash if we manage to see one of those the rest of the way. Don't think these cards can matter. Might is great in Celestia, but it's not good in this deck. I mean, it's okay. Maybe we'll want it. Locket is okay too, but I don't think we're going to want it, so. These cards don't really matter, but we'll grab another playable 2-drop. So now it's Circuitous Route or Dowser. Let's take a look at our curve. We've got City Watch, we've got Worm, we've got another Worm in the board. I think that Route is just a better card for our deck. The ramp could be strong, plus it's another blue source without having to stick any more islands in the deck. Okay, we don't want any 1 toughness creatures. We have double Vapors, so unless it's like something really good or something that makes us a profit when it, like anyway, like Burglar Rat, I'm not trying to draft any Child of Nights when I have double Vapors. Another Golgari Guildgate for the mana. We have tons of playables. Dowser is fine, but it's not important. Whereas a Guildgate replacing a land provides value. Whereas Dowser would likely be one of our last cuts anyway. So now we can pick up one of my favorite finishers for this deck in Lotleth Giant. If they don't have a counter, then control decks usually just die to this. And black-green tends to be pretty good against aggro and pretty bad against control. Niv Mizzet is one of the best cards in the format, but we can't splash it. It's blue, 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 red, 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 and we're playing green, black. So Lotleth Giant is a pretty clear pickup here. Glowspore Shaman is an excellent pickup. Where they failed on the design of that 4-mana Star haste uncommon, they succeeded with Glowspore Shaman. This is a great enabler. It digs to your bombs. It helps you fix your mana. This card is just a perfectly designed Golgari uncommon where it doesn't single-handedly win the game, but it's subtly powerful. It smooths out your draws and enables all your undergrowth stuff. I love cards like Glowspore Shaman, and this is a card I'm happy to second pick once I'm already Golgari. Speaking of good Golgari designed uncommons, Okran Assassin, if you can pump it and stuff, you can sometimes do some broken things with it, but even if you can't, they have to block it with everything, so you can force them to trade their best creature for it, and then it puts a creature in your graveyard since it's a creature. So it's basically a walking removal spell, which is exactly what black-green wants in this format. I'm a pretty big fan of this card as well. Now this is an easy Harpooner. Once in a while you eat a 1/3 flyer or a hawk and it's amazing. Other times you have a creature 2 in your yard. It's a 2-mana removal spell to kill Watcher in the Mist. Just all around another great walking removal spell. Just grab a Guildgate here. We have more than enough playables. None of those cards are going to make our deck. I don't know if Prey Upon's going to make our deck, but since there's no sideboarding, there's no reason to look at the sideboard cards. That's a card I'm really happy to see. So where they missed on the Star, again, they succeeded on Lurcher. This is a really cool card. If you trade off one creature early, you can play a 4-mana 3/3 if you have nothing else to do. In the late game, it's a giant creature. It's basically the only black-green gold common that's good. The 3-mana 2/2 Trooper here is unplayable, and Undercity Uprising is pretty bad. Sometimes I'll play like 1 if I have a couple like rats and things like that. These cards don't matter. They're not going to make our deck. We have tons of playables. These cards just literally do not matter. Please don't get offended, cards. You don't matter to me. All right, so let's take a look. We know we only need 1 blue because we also have Route and District Guide and a Guildgate. So that still gives us like 4 sources. We probably only need 16 lands because Glowspore can help you find a land, and so can District Guide. And we want to have as many creatures as we can. So we'll take a look between 16 and 17 when we see our colored sources and things like that. This is 16 right now and 45 cards. So let's see if there's any easy cuts. I don't think we have that defensive of a version. Plus, we didn't get any Portcullis Vines. So we're not going to want Sundew, I don't think. We have a lot of good early attackers. Plenty of ways to deal with a flyer. We have Severed Strands. We have Harpooner. We have some removal. We have a ton of 3-drops. Our worst one is that one, so that's a pretty easy cut. We have a ton of 4-drops. Our worst one is the Ceratox, so that's a pretty easy cut. Plenty of late game. I don't think we need a random Dowser. I do really like the City Watch in this deck. I wouldn't splash if I had to just throw 3 islands in my deck, but given we can play just 1 and we have a ton of sources, I think it's right to splash this card. It's a really nice flying finisher, and Surveil 2 is just perfect in this deck. I think we can cut Route. I don't think we're going to cut either Vapors. We might need them against a Boros deck with a good start or a Celestia go-wide deck. And we have like no 1 toughness creatures. Our 1 toughness is a rat, and we can always force trades with Assassin. Yeah, it's funny you just said that, Annette Man. Masses, I literally just looked at it and went, we could cut this, but we are pretty creature heavy. Then I looked at Assassin and said, nah, I'm not cutting it. This could single-handedly win the game. And if not, this card's only 1 mana. It's our only pump spell. We'll find a use for it. If I didn't have Assassin, I think I would cut Might of the Masses. But since I do, I think I'm going to play it. I think I'm just going to cut Circuitous Route. We'll grind out the victory. District Guide gets land. Whisper Agent has Surveil. These cards have Surveil. I don't think we need Circuitous Route. Let me take one more look. Oh yeah, this deck is definitely fire. Hopefully we can finish strong after the 2/2/3s. I mean, the blue-black light splash red for 2 good removal spells was fire too. It just didn't go well. The first deck was not particularly good. The second deck was good, and this deck is good. I don't think on 16 land I want to play too many 5-drops. I think Centipede is pretty good. We can trade it off, and then, you know, we get our counter. Pretty easy ship of the 7-drop here. Good catch, Legend. Switch scenes. We're looking to play long, grindy games. I think having some removal is good. If I had like more dead weights and deadly visits and Aether takedowns, I would likely have cut the Prey Upon and or the Uprising. But both of those cards are pretty serviceable in this deck. I have a decent amount of big creatures, and then I also have like some little Death Touchers. I feel like those cards should be effective in my deck most of the time. So if I block, they get a counter. I save 3 damage. Next turn, they're attacking for 3. Or I can take it, and then next turn I can block like either of these. My 4/4 should stop either one. So it's a close call. There's a decent chance they have more Lurchers in hand if they're playing one as a 4-mana 2/2. So I think I'll just take the damage for now. Oh, that's awesome, Ricky. I didn't know that. How do you set up hotkeys to control the like screen resolution? So which should we block? Or possibly neither. If I play the 4/4, it's bigger than both their creatures. Maybe I should just take this, and then I can hold the Gorgon for a bigger creature. I don't even think I'm supposed to block. Them putting out a 4-mana 2/2 kind of tells me maybe they have more Undergrowth cards, maybe more Lurchers. I think, and I don't care about the 1 life from Undergrowth on this. A 4/4 is bigger than their team. Let's see if they have a removal spell, because if they don't, then I get to save the Pitiless Gorgon for some giant creature later, potentially. Well, thanks, Alkolitz. Had a pretty bad year in the MCs this year, but I had a great year last year, so that's how it goes. I'm very fortunate to have had a great year in 2018 when they created the MPL this year, so I'm not in a position to complain. Hopefully next year we'll get hot again. So now it's an easy choice. It's a tough choice whether you kill Centipede or a 2/2, but if you can kill a creature bigger than Centipede rather than killing Centipede, you always want to do that. Black-green is pretty unlikely to have any flyers. So do I want to play Harpooner End Agent, or do I want to play just Worm right now? If they put the Guild Pack on this and I double block it, I'd lose both, so that's pretty bad. But I can get value out of Worm's ability next turn. Plus, I know I don't need any more lands, and I have a lot of pretty good cards to dig to. So I think there's pretty good value in playing the Harpooner here. And then I can play the Agent and end a turn. I'm not going to double block. I'm not going to lose both my creatures to take that out right now. I would rather just take 5, I think. Hopefully they don't have Lot Lift Troll or some way to drain me for the final points. Well, that's a good draw. That'll kill their only creature. I mean, it's not like incredible, but given they have this guild pack, I'm pretty happy about it. And then, of course, we can just sack the Plague Crafter to itself. All of our creatures are 3/2s, so we sack the one that's summoning sick, and then we get to attack with the other 2 for 6. I'm holding the land because they may have Burglar Rats, and I don't want to have to discard Vigor Sporeworm. So no choices here. Vigor Sporeworm, doesn't really matter. Both our creatures are the same size. And then we're only going to be able to attack with whatever we worm and not the other one. Yeah, we died to their combo here. Glaive means you have to block it with 2 creatures, and Worm can only be blocked by 1 creature. So we literally just died to that combo in a game that we were looking really good in. It's kind of how my night's going. So I argued with Svi on Twitter about this. Let me be clear. Svi is smarter than me, and I agreed with 90% of his analysis anyway. But basically what he was saying was the London Mulligan is kind of exacerbating the current problems in Standard, and he's completely right. I just disagree that it makes any sense to evaluate the London Mulligan in Standard right now. Ban Oko, ban Once Upon a Time, ban Goose, ban every green card in Standard, and then see, when you have a normal Standard, how the London Mulligan affects it. I think we all enjoyed the London Mulligan in Standard last year. Right now, Standard is broken. So, I mean, it's not the London Mulligan's fault that there's a bunch of modern cards in the same color, in the same 4-set Standard at the same time. I will say this, though. I think Wizards would be making a big mistake to get rid of the London Mulligan across all formats. But if they do, they need to keep it for limited. I understand not wanting to have a different Mulligan rule for, like, Sealed and Booster Draft, because, like, they're kind of similar, or for Modern and Legacy, because they're kind of similar. Limited and Constructed are so different. You literally bring your deck to the tournament to play with it in Constructed, and you open fresh packs in every format of Limited. We can handle 2 Mulligan rules in Magic, 1 for Limited and 1 Constructed. Maybe we don't want to have 6 different Mulligan rules, 1 for each format of Constructed. I get that. I understand that. But if they do feel the need to get rid of the London Mulligan for Constructed, keep it for Limited. I didn't see the Guild Gate in the corner of my hand because I was ranting about how much I love the London Mulligan, so I apologize for that. If you're about to ask, why didn't you play your tap land turn 1? Oh, I don't think they should get rid of the London for Constructed. I think the London is A+ in Limited and still positive for Constructed. I think it would be a mistake to get rid of the London for Constructed. But it would be a much bigger mistake to get rid of the London for Limited, where it's just amazing. Okay, so I think I'm going to play one of the Death Touch creatures. No reason to play the Assassin now, I don't think, over the Gorgon. I guess if I play the Assassin, I can attack and force them to block with the Challenger, but I can't do that whenever they have the Goblin up. And if I draw Vapors, I can clear the Goblin. So yeah, we want to put out a creature that can actually block Challenger now. Now, if they attack with both, it's Gorgon on Challenger, Dissonant on Goblin. We're stable on board. Trades are good for us. We can kill a creature if the board is empty. We can go dig up our island. Hello, Master Noob. Thanks for tuning in. So clearly the Death Touch creature is much more valuable at stopping these big, scary Mentor creatures than the Dissonant. So I'll trade the Dissonant for the Goblin. And if they pump it, they pump it. It's still a 1-for-1. I don't care. I'm going to have to trade with their pump spell. Dissonant is not offering me anything special here. So this turn is pretty easy. This 2/2 still trades with Goblin. Pitiless Gorgon trades with one of the other creatures. We have tap lands to play, so let's get an untapped land for future turns. And just ship back to them. If we can keep throwing stuff in front of theirs and trading 1 for 1, that's something that really favors us. This card is recursive. Our deck almost certainly has a better late game than most Boros aggro decks. I grabbed the island because even though we have one, I also have green, green, black, black already, so I don't know. Maybe they destroy this Dimir Guildgate with something. Who knows? So 2/2 on 4/2 looks like a pretty clear best block for that. And then Gorgon wants to take out whichever of these three is best. Looks like the challenger to me. Now I think this turn we can play our Fine Broker. Buy back like... I don't know whether we want Gorgon or Dissident. We have enough mana to pump this Dissident, so it's substantially bigger than Gorgon. I think that looks better to me. And if they want to attack with both to have Bodyguard pump Goblin, Fine Broker just eats Bodyguard, so that's fine. Oh, they're the same size. It already can't even pump it. But anyways, just going to block. If they drew a trick, they drew a trick. We can double spell next turn. So this isn't a big deal. Okay, so now we probably want to double spell here. Although Forgers is still pretty good, but it could always gain more life later. If we play Plague Crafter, we kill Bodyguard, and then they have Just Goblin, which trades with Dissonant. I could play Assassin and then sack that to Plague Crafter. Assassin is bad against Goblin, so that probably makes sense. Dissonant is really good in the late game. So yeah, I think what I want to do here, this card's really powerful, but it's not good against Ornery Goblin. So I think I want to play Plague Crafter, and then if I sack Assassin, Plague Crafter can stop either of those. So definitely want to trade. I'll get an extra life out of the Forger, and I don't want to take 3. I'm about to be racing this flyer. Oh, never mind. Now I just have my own giant flyer. Way bigger and better than theirs. So Forgers is going to gain us 5. So even though they're the aggro deck, this is a race we're winning pretty comfortably. So assuming they don't add to the board, we'll definitely attack them for 5, down to 16. Even though we won't be able to block the patrol, we're going to put out like 2 more creatures. So since we drew the rat, let's start with that. Probably just a land, but you never know. Yeah, we got a direct current out of their hand. That direct current would have killed this Dissonant. That's why you always got to find out, right? You play more, Charbet ate me. Just like how I was talking about how last year I had a great year. I got X5. There were 4 Pro Tours last year. I went 11-5, 11-5, and then second place in the team one, and I only bricked 1 of the 4. Then I top 4 Worlds, and I finished 6th in Pro points. This year, I've played like 6 Mythic Championships, and I have 1 finish better than just showing up and 5 like bricks. It's a high variance game. Everybody gets screwed. Everybody gets flooded. Everybody runs hot in streaks and cold in streaks. The trick to doing well at Magic is to always prepare, always play well, and then sooner or later it'll be your turn to draw well. Okay, so let's see what's going on. We're not going to send the rat. It would get 8 by the 2-3. We're winning the race very comfortably, like I said, so I think we can send the 4-4 and the 5-4. If they want to double block Forgers, it trades for both their creatures. If they want to take this, they're not killing me next turn. I'm even dropping 2 more blockers. So this is just a game that we're just crushing them in. PV is possibly the best player of all time, indisputably top 4, and he had back-to-back years where he only got silver. And he could easily be the best Magic player of all time. It's a high variance game. If running bad for a year is going to bother you to no end, you should not play competitive Magic. You can still do drafts for fun, obviously, but if you're choosing to go to Grand Prix and Pro Tours and Mythic Championships and play competitively, you have to accept that you can run very poorly for a very long time. Just laughing at the Mark Rosewater comment. Obviously, I mean, Mark Rosewater's incredible. I mean, the design of Magic and Magic cards and all the mechanics they've come up with and everything over the years is incredible. I mean, I have no idea how good or bad he is as a player. Yeah, you're right, Mirrors Cowslayer. I say that all the time, but aren't those things pretty much the same? Like, I don't know about the correct like semantics, but if the outcome of your plays determine the result more or a lot more than the luck of the draw, then the game would be lower variance and more skill rewarding. So I'm sure what you're saying is like technically correct, but I think conceptually that works the same way, right? The fact that your plays have a small but not massive influence on the game because the cards that you draw go a long way in determining whether you win or lose means I call it a high variance game. Okay, so I don't really want to trade with Blood Operative, but if I'm going to do it early, I'd rather do it with a 2-2 than a 3-2. So I guess I'm just going to pass the turn here. Unfortunately, if they surveil, they get this card back. So this card is pretty rough for me. But I guess for now, we'll see what else they do. Because I want to be able to protect Vraska. So I don't want to trade when like I can maybe like have an extra blocker out next turn to make sure this doesn't connect with Vraska. I don't think that's a good draw right now. So as anybody playing Constructed these days knows, Vraska doesn't just kill creatures. It kills non-land permanents. The opponent missed their land drop, so I'm going to go ahead and take out the Locket. If they play land Aether Takedown, they can kill Vraska, but I'm going to hold back both creatures because there's about 1 million cards that bounce or kill one creature, and only exactly Aether Takedown that takes out both my blockers. And of course, I don't want to lose Vraska. We're not going to be sinking mana into the Dissident anytime soon. We have a bunch of business, so I think it makes sense to trade the 2-2 instead of the 3-2 off now. Easy discard of a land. So this is actually kind of interesting. It looks like we want to sack a land because we can cast our whole hand. But if we sack a creature, Lurcher's going to grow. And we know this deck has like multiple 5s and 6 drops. So I think what I want to do is attack. And then post-combat, I'm just going to sack the Whisper Agent. I basically get 1/1 worth of creature back. And I still get to keep my Swamp. Because I don't have anything else to drop right now besides Lurcher. Of course, all that said, now I'll just drop this Gorgon because, well, I drew a creature to play. But I wasn't going to play Plaguecrafter to kill a Burglar Rat. And so if I didn't draw a creature to play, I would have played a 3/3 Lurcher. And I think it was worth sacking the Agent over a land because I still need more land. We know this deck has a couple of good 5 and 6 mana cards in it. Listen, I'm right about plenty of things, not pronunciation. We know I can't pronounce anything. That's a fact. Okay, so now I think we can just start by sacking a land. We already drew another one. See if we find vapors or something awesome like that. We did not. So that means I'm going to go ahead and attack with Gorgon, because if they trade with Child of Night, it's good for me. It makes the Lurcher one bigger. If they take it post-combat, I'm putting out my 4/4 to stop their creatures. And I'm not that scared now. Let's say they kill the Lurcher and hit Vraska for 3. Sure, I'm not happy Vraska lost 3 loyalty, but it's still in play. I get to untap with it, plus it, figure things out next turn. I didn't tap the land first. I obviously should have. I didn't really have anything to do with it, but I guess if I had top decked a 6-drop, that would have been a pretty bad play. Y'all are right. I should have pooled the land first. That was sloppy on my part. But hey, live and learn, right? So let's go ahead and pool the land. Sadly, this time we have a tap land, so we can't play our 6. I think, though, while they only have a blue up and can't blow me out, I'm happy enough to Uprising away Child of Night. Given I have Plaguecrafter and Vraska, I'm pretty much looking to just keep the board clear, and I still have Severed Strands and Plaguecrafter and Vraska. So since I have nothing else to do this turn, I'm going to Undercity Uprising Child. Can attack with Lurcher first. They can either take 4 or chump block it, and then post-combat, just take out that Child. Okay, so if we ultimate Vraska, we should pretty much win. So I think for now, I just want to Vigor Spore Worm my Lurcher, because it's a 4/4, so they could double block it. But if I make it a 5/5, they have no good block on it. And I have to spend all 6 mana to do that. And then, so I need to play the Worm first, and then we can just attack with the 5/5. Post-combat, I'm going to Vraska, and I'll just sack one of these lands. And then next turn, we'll see if we can beat them. Given Plaguecrafter and Severed Strand, I think if I ultimate Vraska next turn, it'll be pretty shocking if they're able to live through that. If you're already committed Golgari, I would take Fine Broker. If it was like pick 3 of the draft, but your first couple cards were black and green, I would take Indrik. Because you can't splash Fine Broker, but you can splash Indrik. So if you end up auto-bulling into green, well, you can just play Indrik if you're green-white. But then also if you go like blue-black, you can splash Indrik. Indrik often makes a nice splash into a Domir control deck. Whereas Fine Broker, you're either Golgari or you can't possibly cast it. So if I was already Golgari, I would take Indrik. I would take Fine Broker. If it was early in the draft, I would take Indrik. Okay, I don't remember the set this well. If I ultimate this here, is there anything that stops like that trigger? Like, you know, a card like Disallow or something like that? I know if they have removal, they're not going to die on board. But I have like removal, 2 more creatures to play. So as long as I'll get the emblem, I'm happy to ultimate it here. Okay. Just wanted to make 100% certain I would get the emblem. Okay, and so now I'm going to play the Guide, get a land, and then the Plague Crafter. So if I sack one of these to Severed Strands, that doesn't help me threaten lethal, since they're all lethal threats now thanks to Vraska's ultimate. So I'm going to go ahead and play the Guide, dig up a land, play the Plague Crafter. Of course, we'll sack District Guide. Plague Crafter, once in play, aside from its ability, is just a 3-2. So a 2-2 is worse than a 3-2. Now they have to stop 2 creatures. It's doable. Maybe they have Aether Takedown. But then we just pass a turn. And next turn we have 3 creatures to attack with again. Plus we have Dissident Severed Strands to kill a blocker. So they have to have 3 blockers here. Because if they play 2 blockers even, I'll just play the Dissident, sack the Dissident to Severed Strands, and then attack them. And if they take a point of damage from any of my creatures, they die thanks to Vraska's ultimate. So this is like near impossible for them. They literally have to play 2 creatures and have like -3/-0 instant, Dazzling Light or something. Or just like Dead Weight and 2 blockers. But even if they do all of that, then the blockers they're playing are so small that they're just chump blocking most likely. So I mean, this is mission impossible, I think, for Harry the carry. Okay, yeah, so again, I can Severed Strand, sacking the Dissident. They would then have to have 2, not 1 card to play. I don't even know if that's possible. There's probably some combination of something, but it's highly unlikely. Aether Takedown is the only card I can think of that directly stops 2 things, and that costs 4, and they only have 3. So I think they'd have to have, like, you know, Necrotic Wound and the blue -3/-0 or something. Artful Takedown, sorry. I always call it Aether Takedown because Aether's like a blue name. Which honestly I think would have been a better name for it. But maybe because of the storyline or something, there aren't Aether in this world. I don't really know. I've been calling it Aether Takedown for a year, since it came out. So it's not great we don't have a green, but we've got the Vapors. We're on the draw. Again, I think this is a pretty clear keep. If we haven't found the green by turn 3, then we can surveil it up with Vapors. If we draw it, then we have our green 2-drop right on curve. I mean, this might have been a forest. It might have been a swamp. No way to know, really. It is hurting if we don't draw it. But the City Watch Sphinx was really good that first game we won against Boros, right? So that's not an exciting creature to Vapors. If I had a forest, I'd probably do other things. But I need to play the Surveil 2 and slow them down so that I can find a forest and then start casting things every turn. Wow, that's rough. Those are both good cards against Boros. Cards I'd like to draw. But I really just need a forest, I think. Yeah, and they're going to have a 1/1 token from the Hunted Witness. And I don't have a forest to cast Harpooner. So I have to shift both of those. All right, not bad, not bad. Would have been a little better to have it earlier, but we're still in a pretty good position, especially with the opponent missing land drops. Okay, pretty easy turn. They don't have a block on the 4/4. We're going to have 2 fine ground creatures to block with, so there would be no reason to hold this Lurcher back at this point. We just empty our hand, drop our stuff. Trades are actually good for us. Like, if they have a trick or a removal and they end up killing one of these and attacking and trading, That's good for us because we're an Undergrowth deck. We don't have a ton, but still, the Vigor Spore Worm will do a little more. So what we don't want to do is trade damage. What we do want to do is trade creatures whenever we can. That's a super powerful card. I don't know whether they're holding a trick or not. I don't mind trading even my 4/4 for a trick, but what I don't want to do is trade my turn for a trick. If I attack with Lurcher and Dissident, if they block Loxodon on Dissident and I pump it, and then they play like Righteous Blow or Take Heart, I'm going to vomit onto the screen right now. Y'all don't want to see that. So this turn is pretty straightforward. I want to drop the City Watch Sphinx. So what I'm going to do here is I'll attack with the Lurcher. If they want to trade a trick for it, cool. If they take it, cool. And then I can use my 6 mana this turn on City Watch Sphinx. So I have a blocker for Sky Knight Legionnaire and just another really good blocker in play. Because if they even use a trick to get through this or a removal, I get the Surveil too. And that could help me dig to more good business. Okay, so we know they have something, maybe multiple things. We don't really care. There's nothing that pumps their team, I don't think. It would just be like individual spells. So let's see if we have any good blocks. 5/4 on 3/3 looks pretty good. But where does that leave us? We could double block a 4/4. That does not look good. We could double block the 2/4. And then if they play like a pump, we're going to lose both. And their creature's going to live. That doesn't look good. So I think Centipede on the 2/2. I think that's pretty much all we can do. Sure, and I'm not surprised to see that. And again, it's not good for us, but I don't particularly mind. We do want to Fine Broker it back. I don't think we want to draw this Assassin. I don't think we need a ground blocker. But Fine Brokering back that flyer so it can block the Sky Knight Legionnaire could be important. Not sure where we'd rather have the counter. Oh, we don't have 2 green? Wow, well, that wasn't good. Well, whatever. We have Worm for this turn next anyway. Oh, yeah, but then we don't have a turn to cast the flyer. So, yeah, I should have bottomed that. I should have gotten rid of that, too. I'm sorry. Okay, so I guess we want to pump the already bigger one because the Worm gives Vigilance. So now we can hit for 10 here. So what can we get back if we draw Forest? We can get back Vapors, Plague Crafter to play immediately. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Well, I think that's a point short of killing us. But they still have a blocker, so we're not killing them either. If we draw removal, we win. I don't think we have a lot of direct outs, but if they attack with all 3 of these, we chump, we go to 1. We have lethal in play, so if we top deck like a removal for this Pack Beast, we win the game. So we have outs. If we draw Severed Strands, we don't deal them lethal, but we gain life, so that might work. I'm not sure that Forest helps us, unfortunately. If we could get back Harpooner, we wouldn't die, but that doesn't really work because we can't cast it because we don't have any more green. So let's say we Fine Broker, Plague Crafter, and play it. They're just going to sack anything. They're going to sack either of these 2 creatures, and then they still have the Pack Beast to block. And then they still have the Legionnaire to kill us. Yeah, so I think we're dead. We don't have enough mana to play the City Watch this turn, unfortunately. So, I mean, I guess all we can do is hope they mess up. Sack their Pack Beast or something. That would be a horrible play, of course. But it's our only shot now. Hey, what's up? Sure. Okay, we're dead. That was a sweet game. It's unfortunate we didn't draw the forest right away. Sounds good. No. That time I was just talking to my friend who's helping me assemble some furniture. Another pretty ugly opener. This card is double black. We gotta mull this. Some nights it's just not your night, right? I don't think we want to go to 5. We're on the draw. What should we ship back? Probably second Vapors. I mean, we could ship back, like, one of the green cards. We have a lot of Surveil. I think 1 Vapors makes sense to keep. We have 2-3'd every draft tonight, and we're here in Game 5 at 2-2. And we're probably going to do it again if we don't find a land. Just not very good draws tonight. Hopefully we'll get them tomorrow. Hey, there's a land, just in the nick of time. All right, so for now, we'll probably just Whisper Agent into their turn. We're looking for lands. Cool. How has been an esport? How has been not an esport? I'm the definition of esports. Okay, trades are good for us. And if they take it and swing back, it's 3 for 2. So we're definitely attacking. Now we have a legit question between the 1/1 that can provoke any blocker and the 2/2. This does more damage, but I like having this out in a spot like this because any creature they play, we can attack and force another trade. Thank you, Boko Harambe. Appreciate that subscription. And since we know I'm holding Vapors, I can't really protect this 1 toughness creature that dies to Vapors. So I'm just going to attack and take the trade. And then we can put out our 4/4, just keep pressuring them while they're stuck on 3 black mana. Well, keep battling him. Why are you watching a stream instead of going for number 1? They're talking about limited. But my friend in the other room just said he's number 1 in constructed. Okay, so we definitely don't want to trade with Hired Poisoner because we have Vapors to kill it. We don't want to play Glowspore before Vapors. So maybe we should just Vapors. Because blue-black is not that likely to have a ton of 1 toughness creatures. It's not like they're playing Celestia. His name is Johnny, but I mean, what's your name on... He's shadiest on Arena. The number 1 ranked Mythic and Constructed, I believe.
I dropped to 2 before I came here.
Well, he might be 2 right now because he said he thinks he dropped to 2, but come say hi to the stream. Okay, so anyways, I'm going to Vapors because I have Glowspore to play. Given the board's about to be clear, these are both pretty good draws, which means I want to draw Plaguecrafter first. That can kill any big creature they play, like Watcher.
What up?
They just want to know who you are since they're impressed with your Mythic ranking.
They don't want to know who I am.
Oh, wow.
Just learn how to play Okomir. It's just patterns.
So I don't need a land, but I was supposed to play Dissonant there because I wanted to draw the top cards of my deck. I got distracted by Johnny I here. So the right play there was to play Dissonant, which was what I planned to do. I just got distracted. And now I don't have Plaguecrafter to kill the Dowser. So if I lose this game, it's not bad draws. It's just all on me.
It's my fault.
It is his fault.
This is proof that Ben's a robot. He can go to a format that's like 4 years old, and he's playing it just like it was yesterday. Like, who the fuck does that? No big deal.
Okay, so for now, Dowser's certainly good enough to Severed Strands, sacking Glowspore. We have plenty of mana and not that much to do with it, so we definitely don't want to sack Dissident. I am pretty scared of leaving a Darkblade Agent around, but I guess we can always prey upon it with Forgers. I don't think there's anything they can really do for black-black. Maybe there's like some uncommon. So, I'm going to Severed Strands, Dowser here. Yeah, I meant to play Dissident. Like I said, I got distracted by Johnny I over here, so.
It's not my fault.
You know I get distracted easy. Yeah, nobody plays that Death Touch trick in this format. Is there like a black and one uncommon removal, though? No, there isn't, right? Price of Fame only goes down for legendaries, and that's the one. Well, that's a sick draw. I don't even have anything amazing to get back, but whatever we get back is going to be pretty good. So first, let's attack, see if they kill anything or anything like that. I'm definitely not going to pump because we have a great 4-drop to play. If they take down either one of these, I think that's the one I just get back, because Forgers is going to be a 4/4 that gains us a bunch of life, and Dissident's a 2/2 we could play this turn if they had killed it, and then we have mana to pump it. I don't think there's anything better than Forgers here to get back, right? What else would we get? We could get, like, Plaguecrafter to kill their next creature. I mean, Forgers looks pretty good. It's a 4/4, and it's going to gain us a ton of life. Not that we particularly care about our life total against blue-black. There's no new Johnny I. He is very old. Same old Johnny I.
That old motherfucker. Am I
Cool.
allowed to say that?
I mean, it's not like a huge
Sorry.
deal, but Queen B is Ryan G.
What's up?
We just asked that.
Same old Johnny I, Ryan. How you doing?
Old school Floridians in the house. Okay, so let's see. Well, that makes it easy. I'd rather play an 8/8 than a 4/4. We don't need Lurcher to be any bigger. This is kind of what I was talking about with the City Watch Sphinx concept. Imagine I could turn this Lurcher into a 6/6 that like drew a card when it came into play. That would be better, because if they couldn't answer it, I'm going to win anyway. So, like, they have to answer it, right? And Capture Sphere, Deadly Visit, Night Veil Predator, there's a lot of ways to answer it. So if instead of an 8/8, I could have like a 6/6 that draws a card, they're going to lose if they don't answer the 6/6 anyway. So I'd rather have a comes into play or leaves play ability. Now, Vigor Spore Worm doesn't give Menace, right? It just gives Vigilance. So it's going to be a pretty strong play this turn. We'll play it on the Dissident, and then we can attack with both creatures. We don't have lethal. We're a point short, but they're going to 1, and we're still going to have a nice creature out, because even though this Dissident's going to go back to a 2/2, it's already a 4/4, basically, because we can always pump it next turn. So they have to play 2 creatures, but those creatures also have to be able to kill 6/4s and 4/4s, or they're just chump blocking. Like, if they play, like, a 2/2 and a 2/2/2s here, sure, they don't die, but they're I'm attacking with both. They're double chump blocking, and we're getting further ahead. I mean, both of these last 2 decks were quite good. Remember, we're playing best of 1. You can 7-1 or 1-3 very easily with the same deck in best of 1. The first deck was not good. There's nothing wrong with that strategy, but to play that controlling of a ramp strategy, you need removal so you can deal with threats as you're drawing cards. I had a couple, but not many. If you add 3 removal spells to, not broken uncommon ones, just decent common removal spells that answer things, to that first 5-color green deck, it would have went from like an okay deck to a good deck. The blue-black splash red was very good. Things just didn't line up, and this deck is excellent with Veraska and Finebroker and everything. We just keep getting kind of rough opening hands, and we still are. I don't believe I can mull this, given it has Veraska in it. I want to mull it because I don't want to just get stuck on 2 and lose with such a good deck. But given I have the best card in my deck, if I play it on turn 4, and I have a 3-drop that helps dig up land 4, and I'm on the draw, sometimes you just gotta hope you get there. Hey, no sweat this time. Thank you, Arena, for coming through. You're welcome, Alex Ellenberger. Thanks for hanging out. Oops, I do want to play that this turn, but I have to play a forest first.
Ben, if that had been like a blue-red deck or something, would you consider holding it?
Not with this hand, probably not. Because I have Vraska most likely for turn 4, so I don't want to fall behind on board. If I had a hand like with removal where I was going to play like a really long game and I might want to just get value out of this, then I would. That's a good question. That's why I always encourage everybody to ask questions in the chat, because you see that question, Johnny, I just asked, like, if I was playing against blue-red, would I hold the Harpooner? And then we get to talk some good strategy. If there's one thing I would love to emphasize in my chat, if you have a question and there's 1,100 people in the chat, you're probably not the only one thinking it. So never worry about it being a dumb question or being wrong. Listen, I'll tell you if you're wrong and you'll learn something. Whereas if you think it and you don't ask it because you're afraid to ask, you'll never learn. And neither will anybody else thinking the same thing. If anybody watches my stream regularly, you see how many mistakes I make, and I'm in the Magic Hall of Fame. Never be afraid to be wrong. Magic is incredibly complex. Ask your questions, learn, and don't be scared to be wrong. So that's a 4-drop, so we can't Vraska it, but we're looking pretty good here. Oh, there are dumb questions. It's just Magic is extremely hard, and they're worth asking so you learn. Asking a dumb question doesn't make a person dumb. It's just the question that was dumb. Okay, so do we want to draw that? We do want more lands, but honestly, right now we already have land 4 and we have Vraska, so I don't think we want to draw that. Just dig deeper into our deck. So I assume they're going to trade if we attack with both. Even though I don't necessarily want them to be able to hit Vraska for 2, it would be pretty shocking if they took 6 to hit back for 2 when the life totals are 20 to 17. We can't kill that with Vraska, so I think the right play here is to attack with both. Trades are good for us, and we'd be missing 3 points of damage if we didn't attack, and it would be absolutely shocking if they didn't block. Then we'll just play Vraska and tick it up. I'm actually going to not sack anything right now. We need the lands we have in play. I'm not going to sack a 3-2 that's currently threatening them. And we have a Burglar Rats to sack next turn, potentially. So we'll just tick up our Vraska, and we'll see what we draw next turn. Thank you, Sanklaj. Appreciate that subscription. Well, thank you, Sunsride. I appreciate the compliment. Okay, so I don't think there's much black-green can do with Flash. I mean, there's like Whisper Agent. There's some removal. I want to sack the Burglar Rats to Vraska. Lands are valuable for me. I'm holding Lotleth Giant. And I'm not going to play around like a Whisper Agent that I have no reason to put in their hand that's barely going to do damage to Vraska anyway. So let's start by attacking. Okay, we can't do anything about that. We don't have any instants. Post-combat, we're going to play the Burglar Rats first. Then we can plus Vraska and sack the Rats. If we find a land, we'll play Assassin. If not, we can't. But this is almost a constructed level 2 for 1. For 2 mana, we take a card out of their hand, then we sack it to Vraska and draw another card. And hopefully it's a land. I have a couple of Burglar Rats and stuff like that. Only 1 rat, but a couple of small creatures like that. And then a bunch of big creatures that can live through a fight. And not a ton of removal, but a really grindy deck. So I thought this deck wanted the 1 Uprising. Uprising is a pretty weak card in terms of what you get and what you pay for it, but it's not unplayable. It's still a fight card with the ability to give Death Touch to allow your Burglar Rat to trade with their 5/5. Remember how we lost that 1 game to Boros to their 1 flyer when we had control? Imagine if we had top-decked Uprising on that last turn. That was a removal that would have killed their Beast, and we could have attacked for lethal. And even if the game was a little different, we could have just used it to kill Sky Knight Legionnaire, and then we would have been in a good position. Decks like this need to have some removal. We have some, but I felt like this was a deck that could use 1 Undercity Uprising, even though it's a pretty weak card overall. Unless they have some way to remove a Planeswalker, we can kill big creatures with Strands and Uprising and little creatures with Vraska. So, I mean, they're going to need to do something pretty impressive. I'm not saying they can't win. Like, they could just play, like, Izoni or whatever and get, like, 4 1/1s or something and win. But if their hand is, like, removal and a creature, they're in really bad shape. I think Price kills Planeswalkers. No, it doesn't. Just creatures. It just gets cheaper if it kills legendaries. Okay, so we're on 6 mana, and Lotless Giant costs 7. So I'm pretty sure we don't want to sack a land when we're 1 short. We can start sacking lands for extra cards next turn even. For now, let's just plus and pass the turn. As soon as we cast Lotleth, we can start sacking lands, because the rest of our deck costs 6 or less. This is the only 7 drop in our whole deck. We're splashing blue for City Watch Sphinx. Well, Fine Finality is one of the best cards in the set. I don't think it's going to be enough right now, but that was a really strong play for them. Speaking of really strong plays, though, now we can play Fine Broker, get back Rats, rat another card out of their hand, and then sack the Rats to Vraska and draw another card. If that's not smooth, I don't know what is.
Why not consider Ultimate?
Because I don't have anything to attack right now, so, like, do I really want a -9? I mean, I'll ultimate it if I ever have a window to kill them, but, you know, these are both summoning sick. Like, why do I need to ultimate this turn? Oh, wait, this does give Menace, though, so, hold on. I don't want to sack Rat. I want to be able to double block, because this gives +X+O and Menace, and there's no reason to let Vraska take a big hit. Even though it would be sweet to sack Rat for a card, then Vraska would be taking 4 or 5. This is clearly better. Now we can sack Rat if we want to. We probably just have lethal. Oh yeah, they have no cards in hand, so now we can just kill them. We ultimate. This Burglar Rat is about to deal lethal. I bet this set of plays has never happened. Look at what's going to happen this turn. We're sacking our 5/5, not our 1/1 to Severed Strands, and then we're killing an opponent with a Burglar Rat. This is a pretty cool turn. Burglar Rats was awesome at all points in that game. Yeah, I wish I had more. I would love to have another 2 Rats in the stack. It's just a nice body that you can sack to Vraska, to Severed Strands, to Undercity Uprising. You already got a card out of their hand and disrupted them in 1-for-1, and then you can still use that body productively in Golgari. Big fan of Burglar Rats in this format. Oh, I forgot to show the deck. Somebody wanted to see the deck. Well, too late. Well, we don't have any swamps, but again, we have 2 cards we can play, so I don't really think I can mull this. That light blue splash, it has been kind of punishing. It shouldn't be, just coincidence. All right, so I'm going to start with the 2/2. It does less damage, but you don't know if you're going to harpoon or something or not. It's not that likely against a guild gate, but again, it's only missing like a point potentially, although it is kind of burning me now. But for all we know, they're black-blue and they're splashing off this guild gate and will kill some awesome flyer. I'm never going to play Harpooner over Dissonant there. I would absolutely play Harpooner as opposed to holding it if I had no 2-drop in hand. But if I have Dissonant in hand, I'm going to play it. The blue splash is for just City Watch Sphinx. Attack to assert dominance. I attack because they might not block. Whispering Snitch, even though they should because it's a good blocker, not a good attacker, they might have an all-surveil deck, and they might not have wanted to lose it to a pump spell. So it's kind of just a free roll attack. My green-black doesn't have many flyers. I waited as long as I could, so now I'm going to put out Harpooner. When did you want me to play the gate? Last turn I had Forest Island, so I had to play the swamp to cast the Centipede, if that's what you're asking. The previous turn, yeah, I had to play the swamp to cast the Centipede. Well, that Barrier Bones isn't doing anything. I have a 3/3 and a 3/2. Well, they can sack it. That's always a great draw. We can pull back Dissident, which is effectively a 4/4 now that we have this much mana. I don't have 3 green, so I can't cast it this turn, but that's still better, I think, than Centipede or District Guide. The only argument for Centipede would be I'll still get a 1/1 counter when I sack it to Severed Strands, and I don't really have anything to sack to Severed Strands right now. So maybe we get Centipede, but I mean, this is a 4/4, and we're only 3 more lands away from it being 6/6 if we flood. So this is a close choice. Definitely, it's reasonable to get back, like, Centipede or Dissident. Even though we could get a land and then sack the Guide, we don't need any more lands. So it's better to get a +1/+1 counter right now than another land. But it's a close choice between Centipede and Dissident. I did get punished for playing the wrong gate, and I did probably play the wrong gate there, too. Can't sneak anything by my chat. I think Dissident is better, though, because if we draw spells, we're probably going to win anyway, and if we flood, then this could be a 6/6. Okay, so this turn we can attack. We're winning the race if they take 6 and try and hit back, so they'll probably trade and take 3. And then we've got our Dissident with mana to pump it. It is not Soroform Hybrid. They went a little nuts with Soroform Hybrid. That card is very good. So this card, Dissident, is only 1 land away from being a 6/6, and it's already a 4/4. In order to get through this Gorgon, what I'm going to do this turn is attack with Harpooner. If they trade their Gorgon for it, that clears the way for Dissident. If they take the 3 because they want to save Gorgon for Dissident, cool. So what I'm saying is basically there's no reason to trade my bigger creature for it, but I'll trade my smaller one for it because that helps clear the way for Dissident. So if I attack with both, they're just going to block Dissident. If I attack with nothing, then their Gorgon is stopping both my creatures. If I attack with just Harpooner, I either deal them 3 or I clear the Death Touch creature out of the way. For 8 lands. So for now, there's not really any need to play this land pre-combat. Let's just attack. But I definitely have to play the land because with 1 more land, I can pump again. So sadly, I didn't actually want the land. I would have rather drawn a spell. But now we have to figure out, because we're attacking first. So if we hit for 6, they're at 10. They hit back for 6. We're at 9. They're at 4. They hit back, we're at 3. So we are winning the race. The only problem is we have to spend all our mana to do it. But there's nothing else we can really do right now. And Severed Strands can gain life. So I do think it's right, since we're winning the race, to go ahead and hit for 6 to take the 6 back here. Then next turn we can reevaluate after we see what we draw. I mean, the reality is they're probably holding a land. We don't know. Maybe they'll draw a land. Maybe they'll draw a spell. We have no way to know. We're definitely getting punished this game, though, by the situational removal that we can't cast. If we were able to kill that Forgers, this would still be like a 50-50 game. Instead, we're losing pretty bad. So, I mean, I probably shouldn't have played that land. Hopefully I won't get punished. Well, that was one of our best draws. At this point, I think I'm going to kill Snitch. I wouldn't kill like a 1/3 no ability, but we could end up low. I think it's right to just take that out while I have a creature to do it. I mean, we are playing 16 lands, and we do have 11. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying hopefully we'll draw a lot of spells. It would be pretty weird if they didn't sack Vine. So if they don't sack Vine, that communicates valuable information to us. If they don't sack Vine in the late game when it's not blocking anything, they want this 0/3 in play. So that would tell us that they're holding Severed Strands or something like that. Come on, now I'm going to lose to the unplayable Raiders. Good beats. So, pretty good game there. A little unfortunate, but that was kind of karma since I bragged about killing my opponent with a Burglar Rat and called that Raiders unplayable 3 different times during the draft. So it's kind of justice that it got to kill me.